Live now, Councillor Ritchie.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this remote meeting of the North and East Plans panel. My name is Councillor Kevin Ritchie and I will be chairing today's meeting. The North and East Plans panel deals with applications from the North East and East of the city. The aim of the panel is to hear all the relevant information from applicants, members of the public and council officers to help members of the panel make their decision. I'd like to start the meeting today by confirming that this meeting of the North and East Plans panel meets the requirements of the council's constitution, even though members are in remote attendance. While items today will be fully discussed as is usual, remote attendance requires a few slight changes as to how I manage the debate. Therefore, can all attendees mute their microphone unless I invite them to speak? This will avoid background noise disruption. Can all participants keep their cameras on during the meeting? However, it should be noted that there are connectivity issues, and if the bandwidth is low, videos will cease to be shown and will be replaced by participants' initials. That's for members of the public watching in case people disappear. All participants will be invited to introduce themselves at the start of the public session to make it clear to public observers who will be involved in proceedings. And I'd ask that members wishing to ask questions or make comments should do so by using the raised hand facility, which I hope you're all familiar with. Under participants, you click on participants and then there's the raise hand function on that panel that comes up. When requesting your vote, I intend to go systematically around each panel member asking how they intend to vote. And I ask for your assistance and patience while I go through this process. Now, in order to avoid any disruption to the meeting, should I lose my internet connectivity, I propose we appoint a deputy chair who could step in my absence. And I move that Councillor David Jenkins is the deputy chair and invite another member to second that motion.
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Smith, I think that was. And I'll take a vote by assuming your silence as approval. So I'll pause for a few seconds. I see no objections to that. So thank you, Councillor Jenkins, for offering to do that. So I'll start by inviting members and officers to introduce themselves, and please do mute your microphone once you've introduced yourself, and I'll be going in alphabetical order, starting with Councillor Anderson.
Mr. Barry Anderson, Adlin Wharfdale Ward.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Excuse me. Councillor Dawn Collins, Horsforth Ward.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Councillor Ron Graham, Bermondsey and Richmond Hill Ward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins.
Councillor David Jenkins, representing Killybeck and Seacroft Ward.
Thank you. Councillor Midgley.
Good afternoon. Councillor Morel Midgley, Kippaxton Methley Ward.
Thank you. Have we got Councillor Nash here? Yeah, no?
No, we haven't, Councillor Ritchie,
Okay.
no.
Thank you. I'll move on to Councillor Sharp.
Good afternoon, Councillor Nicole Sharp from Temple Newson Ward.
Thank you. And Councillor Smith.
Councillor Smith, representing Pudgey Ward.
Thank you. So on to officers now. Jonathan Carr.
Good afternoon, Jonathan Carr, Head of Development Management.
Thank you. David Newbury.
Hello, David Newbury, Lead Planning Officer for the panel.
Thank you. And David Jones.
David Jones, Team Leader for the East Team, and I'll be presenting the first two substantive items.
Thank you. Adam Ward. Is Adam with us?
No, he doesn't seem to be, Councillor Ritchie.
Okay. Lisa Brannan. Is Lisa with us?
You're on mute, Lisa.
Sorry
Lisa,
about that.
sorry.
I lost my mouse. Lisa Brannan, Principal Engineer, House Development Management.
Thank you. Nikki Diol.
Thank you, Chair. Nikki Diol, Legal Services Officer to this panel, and in the event that I do lose connection, we have Pippa Plumtree-Varley that will step in.
Thank you. Magda Lazama.
Good afternoon. I'm Magda Lazama, Group Engineer from Flood Risk Management. Thank you.
Thank you. Dorian Speakman.
Hello, Dorian Speakman, Flood Risk Engineer, Development Control Division.
Okay, thank you. You've got your camera lined up there now. Thank you. Steve Wilkinson.
Hi, I'm Steve Wilkinson from Development Management. I'm presenting the third item relating to the golf club.
Thank you. And last but certainly not least, Debbie, do you want to give him your role?
Thank you, Chair. This is Debbie Old, and I'm from Governance Services, and I'm the clerk to the panel.
Right, excellent. Thank you, everybody. So we move on to the agenda, and I'll ask Debbie to go through items 1 to 5, please.
Thank you, Chair. Under agenda item 1, there are no appeals. Agenda item 2, there are no exempt items. Agenda item 3, there are no late items. Agenda item 4, could I ask members to declare any disclosable pecuniary interests? Councillor Midgley, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you. I don't have a pecuniary interest to declare, but for sake of openness, I would like to declare an interest in item 7 of the agenda. As a ward councillor for the affected area, I have submitted an objection to the application and recently reaffirmed that objection following revisions to the application. And for this reason, I do not think it would be appropriate for me to take any further part in that item because I would not be approaching it with an open mind.
Thank you, Councillor Midgley, that's noted. And under agenda item 5, I've received no apologies. However, we have discovered that we can't get Councillor Nash at the moment. And there is also Councillor Sharp has indicated that she needs to leave the meeting at 3 p.m. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, both Councillor Midgley and Councillor Sharp. Just when you need to go, Councillor Sharp, just leave. We'll totally understand that reason you have to leave. You've explained that to me, so thank you for that.
Thanks,
So moving
Chair.
on to, sorry. Oh.
I just said thanks, Chair.
Oh, okay. Moving on to agenda item 6, which is the minutes of the previous meeting held on the 8th of October. So first of all, the members accept these minutes are a true and accurate record, and then I'll do matters arising after that. So if I don't hear any...
Second.
Move them, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So we move on to matters arising then. I'm not going to go through page by page. I'll assume you've read them and highlighted any areas you wish to raise. So any matters from anybody? Again, I see no hands raised, so thank you for that. And we move on to our first substantive item, which is agenda item number 7, the residential development at Pit Lane, Micklefield, Leeds. And I'll just bring Nikki in before we start. The position, because if we were in a committee room, I think we'd have Councillor Midgley leaving the room. So can we just, Nikki, explain what will happen in terms of Councillor Midgley's presence on this call, if that's all right?
Yeah, of course. Under the protocols that are available for the council, in normal circumstances, as Councillor Ritchie has said, Councillor Midgley would leave the room. But given that we're in a virtual platform, the appropriate steps to take is to mute her mic and disable her camera so that she's not present for this item or influencing decision making in any way, given the comments that she's made at the start of the meeting, and she can rejoin for the next item.
Thank you for that. So we'll move on to David Jones with the presentation. If you see me looking up to my left, or it might be your right on your screens, it's because I've got a bigger screen for the presentation. I'm not, my mind's not wandering. Okay, so over to David.
Thank you, Chair. As introduced, this is a residential application in Micklefield, just off Pit Lane. It's a full application for 104 houses by Taylor Wimpey. First slide, please, Pam. So the application site is outlined in red. You can see running across the page just above the application site, that's the railway line, and you can see the station. So it's just located off the main road that runs through the village. We're in the southern part of the village, so there's a bit of a gap just off page, and then there's the northern section of the village. You'll see there's some reference to Enterprise Court. These are a small industrial estate, and obviously there's the main residential area adjacent to the site. If we just go on to the next slide, I can just talk to the aerial shot. You'll see from towards the bottom of the page, there's sort of what is an open a landfill site. Just to update members, there has been a further representation received from a local resident, just making the panel aware that tipping at Peckfield is continuing, despite there being a requirement for that to have ceased in September of this year. And there has been concerns historically with that particular landfill site in terms of amenity issues for residents. So the objector is just making reference to that the Council's Scrutiny Board has been involved in that historically, as has the Secretary of State, and just really wanting to make the panel members aware that that should that situation continue, it could have implications for future house builders, and if members could bear that in mind in making a decision on the application. So yeah, you can see the main features that I've pointed out. If we just move on to the next slide, this is just zoomed in really, and I think the main thing to note really from that particular image is you've got the main agricultural field, which is the bulk of the site. You've got a strong line of trees on the boundary with the green belt, and there's some slides that show there's a significant level difference actually, with the greenbelt land being a significantly higher level. And just in the bottom right-hand corner really of the shot there, you can see there's a lot more activity. So within that area, there's some paddock area, and this is where the allotments are located, sort of where it says the crescent, the lowest one of the crescent references. So it's,
yeah.
Sorry. I'll carry on. Next slide, please. So I just put this slide in really to just as a reference to members really. This is an allocated housing site. In terms of that particular area that's identified with the brown cross hatching, that's the extent of the allocation, and it is actually larger than the red line boundary. So it does take in the allotment land, and there's another slide that will make that a bit more apparent. But that is the site allocations allocation for housing, which is not affected by the current legal challenge. Next slide, please. So just some images really of the surrounding properties and landscape features of the site. So these are the sort of 2.5-story properties that front onto, that face the site. And there's a very similar pair just behind this one that front onto the main road. So these are the ones that actually face the site. Next slide, please. That's looking towards the Peckfield landfill site, and you can see in the centre of that photograph is the significant level difference that I referenced. So it's quite a strong tree line along that embankment, and the trees are actually off site, so they're either at the top of the embankment or within it. So they are not subject to any works associated with this application. Next slide, please. This is just a view back towards the crescent. So you can just see in the foreground really, the sort of scrub area is actually the agricultural field. And then beyond that, where it's more mown grass, that's actually one of the paddock areas. So it's not necessarily used for allotment purposes as such. And you can just see the stone properties in the background that the crescent is comprising of. Next slide, please. So this is just again, just zoomed in really just for members' information, because it does feature in some of the representations quite strongly. And I'm sure Councillor Lewis, who's identified speaking against this application, might want to refer back to this potentially. But again, it's just to really show members the extent of the area that I guess is in part dispute in terms of the representations received. But it does comprise of a mix of allotments that are actively being used. There's various bits of unused land, and there is some paddock areas as well. Next slide, please. So just a view over the field, again with the embankment in the background, and there's some overhead lines that do run through the field, which I understand would need to be grounded as part of the proposals. Next slide, please. Again, that's just a shot really showing that it is actually quite an undulating site as well. Next slide, please. And that's just a closer up version. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. And this is just one looking back really from Pit Lane itself. So you can see the properties in the distance. They're the first photograph I showed you. And that's the extent of the sort of main application site really. Next slide, please. So just coming on to the access proposals, this is the means of access to the main road that runs through the village. You can see that it is relatively constrained by existing features in terms of the adjacent property on the left-hand side, and obviously you've got the railway structures on the right-hand side. I do have a plan that show works to this particular junction which form part of the planning proposals, but essentially you can see there's not a great deal of scope there to do anything much in terms of the width. So primarily the works focus on bringing this stop line, the giveaway sign, sorry, and bringing that out into the carriageway a bit more. By introducing build outs, and that will greatly improve the available visibility space. So that's the main extent of the works proposed at that particular junction. Next slide, please. So I've mentioned that the red line boundary is where the housing is proposed, and the blue lined area, which is also forms part of the applicants or the land ownership arrangements, is the blue line is included as well, and we are it is legitimate to impose conditions on such land. So the blue area is essentially where the replacement allotments that are referred to in the report would be provided, but the bulk of the scheme relates to the housing, which just falls within the red line boundary. Next slide, please. You'll see from the report there's reference in the representations and throughout the report about a public right of way. So this plan here is from the Public Rights of Way officer. What I would just say is that actually the black lines, which are at the top and at the bottom, they're defined public rights of way. So they're the definitive ones. The green dotted dashed line that runs through the site is actually only a claimed right of way. So we haven't necessarily got the terminology in the report fully correct there, but you'll see from the proposals the scheme does seek to re-provide that route and actually offer some improvements, and I'll talk to them. But it's really just to give you an idea that there is a route that runs through the site. It runs not through the middle, but not that far off the middle of the site. And there is a need to ensure that route is re-provided, and the layout does achieve that. Next slide, please. So in terms of the detailed layout, and this shows the whole site, and there's some zoomed in versions of the site just for members' benefit, because I'm mindful that it's on a small screen for most of you. But I hope you'll see from that layout that there is a tree-lined corridor, albeit it would be a new estate road, but it broadly follows the route of that existing claimed right-of-way. So that would very much be retained as part of the proposals. You have a single point of access in off Pit Lane itself. You've got frontage properties onto Pit Lane, and in terms of the relationship with the embankment, basically they would be towards back gardens. Often there is a requirement when sites are adjacent to the green belt to provide an area of buffer planting. I think in the context of this particular application, because of the level changes and the trees that are already available, we don't think that's necessary. But what I would say is those particular properties have been given slightly longer gardens than is actually normally required. And part of the reason for that is to recognise that there are mature trees within that embankment that will cast some shadow into those garden areas. So they've got more generous gardens than you quite often see. Elsewhere in the site, you've got a series of, there's a linked route in terms of the highways through the site, and you've generally got gardens backing onto gardens, so it's good from a secure by design point of view. And you can obviously see that there's an area of green space proposed in the top right-hand corner, and you'll see from the report there would be an underground tank within part of that area. So if we just move on to the next slide, we've got a zoomed in area. Yep, that's right. So just on this particular plan, it's worth identifying a couple of features. So in terms of the rights of way through the site, we've got the main line that's respected in terms of the layout. And hopefully members can pick out that there are two additional links proposed that would take you towards the crescent, which is off-site, which is on the right-hand side of the page, the terrace properties. One of them, between units 58 and 57, would be a stepped access, and there's no getting around the fact that you would need steps in that location. I believe there are already steps there. But there is actually a level access to be provided adjacent to the green space area. So combined, we do feel that there's actually some benefits in terms of the rights of way and linkages within the site. And just to point out, you'll see from the report, there's reference to 2 bungalows. They are in the bottom right-hand corner and would be units 56 and 57. So they're the 1-bedroom bungalow units that are referenced in the report. But elsewhere, it's a mix of 2, 3 and 4-bedroom houses. You can see from that layout, there's a combination of detached and semi-detached units. We go on to the next slide, please. So this is just another shot of the site, just a closer inspection. You'll see one of the main features is also to have a sort of tree-lined roads, which we think that's appropriate given the context of the site. And next slide, please. And again, that's just the other section of the site. So basically the allotment land would be off to the bottom right-hand corner of this particular slide. Next slide, please. So this is a plan of the allotment land. You can see that it proposes a total of 23 plots, and I think the report references that there's 16 active plots in use at the moment. There's a variety of sizes there, and as part of the recommendation, there would be a requirement to lay that out, to provide secure fencing, to put the paths in, etc., and to essentially gift that land to the local allotment association. So that does form part of the recommendation. Next slide, please. So in terms of house types, I mentioned there's a mix, and you can see from the report, there's from the housing mix in terms of our requirements under H4, it's there or thereabouts. If you were to particularly add the 2 and the 1-bedroom properties together, you get to the required 30%. The house types themselves, quite traditional. They've got heads and sills. There are a number of house types. They're all in the report, and I will sort of just take you through them, but I won't spend too much time on them. We can come back to them if need be, but there's quite a few duplicates because there's the version with a chimney and the version without a chimney. And you'll see from the report, not all the houses have been given chimneys, but there's a good sprinkling of them throughout the development. So this is a particular property type, a 4-bedroom that has the chimney. Next slide, please. And that's the version without. So we just move to the next slide, please. So again, this is a 4-bedroom with integral garage. Next slide, please. And that's the version with a chimney. Next slide, please. Another 4-bedroom integral garage, slightly different design. Next slide, please. And the next slide, please. And this is one of the smaller house types, 3-bedroomed. Next house type, please. And next house type, please. So there is reference in the report to a slightly taller house type at 2.5 stories. So the rooms are what I'd say are genuinely still within the roof, albeit it's a slightly larger roof than perhaps you sometimes see. But given the adjacent 2.5-storey house types, we think a mix of these throughout the development is fine. And they're served by a dormer window in the front, which adds a bit more interest to the roof slopes. Next slide, please. So this is one of the 2-bed house types. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Next one, please. And this is the 1-bedroom bungalows. So in terms of design, obviously these are appropriate as accessibility housing as well, in terms of the being set over a single floor and quite generous in terms of manoeuvring within the rooms and hallways, etc. And there's 2 of them within the development. Next slide, please. So just in terms of levels, you will have gathered from the photographs that it's quite an undulating site. Probably a key one to pick up there is the bottom slide. So in the very bottom right-hand corner is a property that's in the crescent, and then the next 2 to the left are actually the bungalows. So we feel that's an appropriate relationship in terms of dealing with that transition between the existing and the new. If we could just move on to the next slides. And again, so you can see, particularly from the second up from the right, you can see the off-site bund, embankment, and just how significant that is. But more generally, you can see that actually the way the levels work across the site, it does actually help to add a bit of variety and interest to the street scenes, so that everything's not exactly at the same level. So I think that can help as well. Next slide, please. So I referenced when the photo for the junction was up. So this is basically the pit lane junction, and you can see essentially, or hopefully you can just about work out, that primarily the works are about moving that give-way line further into the carriageway, putting in appropriate build-outs so that will actually improve visibility and make that junction safer than existing. So these particular works are to be secured by condition. And if we just move on to the next slide, please. And this particular slide really talks to the reference in the report to an off-site contribution of £110,000. So essentially, I mentioned that the village is kind of divided into the south and the north, and the connections between the two aren't fantastic. So primarily the proposals involve, in terms of that contribution, would go towards 2 crossing points and footpath improvement works between those 2 sections. And the reason why we think that's necessary is because things like the primary school are located in the northern part of the village. So although the report references off-site junction improvement works, it's not actually in junction improvement works. That's secured by condition. The section 106 is actually more about accessibility improvement works. So that's the scheme that the council have drawn up. It's not 100% finalised, but it's really just to give members an idea of what that contribution would go towards. And I think it's come through really in some of the ward member comments that they would like to see some sort of firm proposals in terms of highway improvements. So if we just go to the next slide, please. So these are just some sort of more worked up street scenes showing the difference in levels, and like I mentioned, I think that does really help to some extent. It just provides a bit more variety to the scheme. So the top one would be the pit lane frontage. The second one down would be within the site. And I think probably the one to take note of is the bottom one, which points out this is a different location to where the bungalows would be, but the sort of property on the bottom left-hand corner that's not rendered, as it were, is just outlined. That's a property within the crescent, and then you've got quite a good generous gap before you then get to the semi-detached two-story properties. So we think those levels work fine. What I would say is, in terms of the officer report, we've mistakenly not deleted a condition number 33. It references restricting permitted development rights. We would actually like to change that to basically being a levels condition. And that's not to say that the details that we've got in front of us aren't appropriate. It's more just to say that we'd like to ensure that that's how the development is laid out. So we'd look to change condition 32 into a levels condition. Next slide, please. So we've got some images here now of CGI images of the site. And you'll see from this images and the ones that follow, you'll see some reference to stone properties. So there has been some movement in terms of materials. Originally, the proposal was for all the materials to be in brick. And we've worked with the applicants and indeed the parish council. It's often something that comes through very strongly from the parish council in terms of materials. So there has been some movement on the materials side of things. If we could, this is an actual image of within the site. So this is at the end of basically the pit lane entrance. So at the end of that road. So it is a genuine image based on the actual layout. Obviously, things like the landscaping has been added and probably matured to some extent. But hopefully that gives you a flavour of how the scheme would look in real terms. If we could just move to the next image. So this is an image again, and this references the change in materials. So the road that comes off the green space, the intention would be to provide this whole sort of street scene in a stone material. I would add that that is an artificial stone, and the intention would be to work as we have done on other schemes in Micklefield with ward members and the parish council to agree an appropriate one. But there are some good alternatives out there in terms of artificial stones these days, so confident we can find something appropriate. And if we could just move on to the next image, please. So this slide talks really to the materials. So the gold coloured materials are what would now be an art stone, and then you've got two different types of brick, both sort of red brick, and the roof palette would be the same throughout. What I would say is that actually, if if members are so minded, and following further discussions with the parish council in particular, the applicant is willing to revisit the sort of distribution of the stone properties in particular, and basically follow them through onto the boundary with the crescent, so to make sure that that interface sort of has a stone to stone relationship, as it were. So obviously, as part of the detailed recommendation, there is a condition to do with materials, and like I say, historically we've tended to work with the ward members and the parish council in discharging those particular conditions. So I would see that would be the way we'd look to do things again. It's just really to make members aware that there's been more movement on that particular point. Next slide, please. And this is really just an image from the green space area looking back. So I think that's quite an attractive sort of space. And below the ground would be the attenuation tank. But they are genuinely built into the subterranean in nature. So there's no reason why the space above those isn't perfectly usable as green space. Next slide, please. So that was the last one. I just have one final update in terms of the report, and I'm sure Councillor Lewis will come to this in his presentation in any event. But he has commented again on the application on behalf of the ward members, and the ward members maintain their concerns about the loss of the allotment land, and also want to see some firm proposals in terms of the highway works. So hopefully some of what I've said today in terms of the presentation might give a bit more comfort on that, but I'm sure Councillor Lewis will say more. So the application is recommended for approval, but it would be a defer and delegate for the reasons specified, primarily to resolve the actual Section 106 agreement. Thank you.
Thanks for that, David. A very helpful presentation, and that'll be on standby, I think, through either Codie or Pam, should members want to refer to any slides during the questions. But we'll leave this shot on at the moment, then I can see hands and things, if that's okay. So we've got two speakers who are objecting to the application. Do you both want to just introduce yourselves, Councillors Lewis and Crossley, and then your 2 minutes each is spent on matters arising. So if you go ahead, first of all, Councillor Crossley, introduce yourself, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm Councillor John Crossley, Chairman of Micklefield Parish Council.
Thank you. Councillor Lewis.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Councillor James Lewis, and I'm Councillor for Kippix and Methley Ward. Councillor Crossley and I have swapped notes, so we will cover different areas in our 2 minutes, but don't assume that's not because we don't care about what the other one is saying, and don't share the same concerns.
Thank you for that. That's very good planning between you, so thank you, and making best use of the time. So first of all, I think you're first to speak, Councillor Lewis, and you have your 2 minutes when you're ready to go. And you should hear a beep at the end. And if you just finish your sentence, if you hear that, please. Over to you when you're ready. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just make a very brief introductory comment that a number of the issues that appear in our objections have fallen away on the two substantive revisions. Had the third major proposal been the first, I'm sure we could have all saved a lot of time on this application when national politicians say it's planning authorities that delay applications. I would just think back to this one. So we still have, so in terms of footpaths and green space, overall our objections have been dealt with, but we still have a fundamental objection to the use of the land that is currently allocated for allotments. And as ward members, we do not accept the reduction in the space of the allotments. briefly going through the planning history of the site and going back to the early 2000s, and the UDP inspector's report referred to Ashdale land, replacing or the allotments in full, going back to which was adopted in the UDP. Going back to the site allocations plan, it makes very clear reference to retention or replacement of the allotments, not reduction in size. And I firmly believe as elected members, we agreed to site allocations plan after extensive discussion and debate. And I fundamentally believe we should stick with that plan in full. It's quite clearly a deviation from the site allocation plan to reduce the size of the allotments. They are currently, as David Jones said, they are currently not all used as allotments. They're run on a private basis on a rather quixotic arrangement. I believe had they been made fully available to residents, they would be full. In Alton Bywater, just down the road, we've got 17 allotment sites and a waiting list of 69, I believe, could comfortably fill the allotment sites in Micklefield. Two further issues I just want to make quick reference to. A lot of progress on the highways. I still think there's a risk on the junction of passengers on the north side where there's no footpath, pedestrians not being visible to motorists. And finally, an issue that wasn't in our objection but has come to light in terms of the routing of construction. Should the site get permission, the routing of construction traffic to avoid the local school. My 2 minutes is up, Chair, so I'll finish there. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Lewis. So over to Councillor Crossley, and again, when you're ready, Councillor Crossley, the time will start. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'll stick to my brief. One of the issues that the Parish Council did object on was in terms of the materials, and as David has said, a lot of work's gone on between Leeds and the applicant and involving the Parish Council to look at that. In our original objection consultation response, we did say that we felt all the houses should be natural stone to match the crescent, etc., and field view. But we did qualify that in our objection. We did say stone should be preeminent. Because just because we say there should all be stone, it doesn't mean that is actually the case, doesn't mean it's true. And it's more of an issue that we would ask panel members to actually think about. Do you feel that what is now being proposed, much better, much improved than the original submission, is that where stone is preeminent? Should it be preeminent? Does that mean more than 50% of the houses, or is what's now being proposed good enough? David said the applicants are willing to put additional houses facing the crescent, which we did ask the other day, and it's really good that that's come out of that discussion. But that still would only be 40 houses out of 104, and most of the houses around are stone. So it is, we're basically asking members of the panel, do you feel it is sufficiently dealing with that issue, especially in terms of the interface with the crescent? Should there be more, or is it where, as far as you're concerned, it's good enough? And we're quite content for the panel to actually, if you feel able to set some kind of framework as to what the materials condition would then be in that context, rather than the specific material types, the actual, what would you feel is the correct spread in the development? So thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that as well, Councillor Crossley. So now we move on to members' questions to our objectors. So I will, if you use your raise hand facility, I will take them as they come in. So I see Councillor Jenkins first of all, then Councillor Nash, who I'm pleased has been able to join us. So welcome, Councillor Nash. So Councillor Jenkins first.
Yes, thanks. I noted that I think in the original objection you mentioned about flood risk, so I don't know if that's being covered. in the response of the officers. The second thing is about in the SAP, it says that it's for 79 properties, but somehow, I don't know if this is an officer's question, but it's gone up to 104. So maybe that should be an officer's question. There's also mention about the footpath to the rear and security. I don't know if that's still an issue for you or not. Would you have any comments on the 2 bungalows which are sited next to the steps onto the crescent? It does seem a bit illogical that bungalows for people with disabilities or level access are put next to the steps when further on to the on the crescent there's a level access. So I wondered if you'd like to comment on that. Thirdly, the bus stop on the Great North Road is only on one side of the road, or the shelter. I just wondered whether you think there ought to be a shelter on the other side of the road. And when you mention about the allotments being reduced, I mean, it does seem as if their actual number has gone up from 16 to, is it 23 or 27? But does that mean that you think that the actual size of the allotments is reduced? Okay, I think that's enough.
Thank you. Either Councillor Crossley or Lewis want to pick those issues up, or between you, please go ahead.
I'll go first, Chair, if that's okay, just to pick up a few of the issues. I mean, I would agree with Councillor Jenkins around locating the bungalows next to the steps. I mean, I would agree with the assessment that at that particular access to the crescent, steps are unavoidable just given the levels there. So we can't move the steps. Maybe putting bungalows next to them isn't a great idea. In terms of bus shelters, the southbound bus stop on the other side of Great North Road, which is just north of the railway bridge, does have a shelter. So it would mean shelters in both directions, to be fair on that one. I mean, just coming back to the SAP and the allotments, because like I say, when I gave my view, this is our still our fundamental objection to this. Although there is an increase in plots, that has only come about by reducing the size of the land available to allotments. And again, it is for us, putting money into reducing the size of the allotments isn't appropriate, given that we believe the allotment land should be maintained in full. And I think it comes back to your point, Councillor Jenkins, about the capacity of the site. Again, the site allocation reference is not a detailed plan, it is an estimate, but I believe the fact that it estimated 79 houses and we've got 104 in front of us today shows it was always the intention in setting the SAP that the allotment land, regardless of how it's laid out or managed, was intended to be retained in full. And when we, as members of the council, voted for the site allocation plan, that was what we were, in terms of this site, voting for.
Thank you. Councillor Crossley, do you have anything to add? I know the flood risk question hasn't been, or comment hasn't been addressed, but
it's a good question. Some of the flood risk issues have been addressed by the applicant and the redesign and the report. I think there was one issue that the parish council had raised in terms of Pit Lane itself acting as a bit of a sluice. And if the drives to those houses that all front onto Pit Lane are built incorrectly, then the water from Pit Lane will actually go into the gardens when really you wouldn't want that doing. But that's a fairly technical issue that I wouldn't say is high principle. As far as I recall, that was the only thing that was left in terms of flood risk. And I believe in terms of the bus shelter, I'm pretty sure David will confirm if this is right, there'll be a new bus shelter provided at bus stop 10131 as part of the section 106 agreement, which I presume is the one that was mentioned on the south side of the Great North Road going south.
Okay, thanks for that. We'll pick those officers' questions up on the flood, and David will confirm the bus stop situation, I'm sure, in the officers' questions. Councillor Jenkins, do you want to come back before I bring in Councillor Nash?
No, that's fine, thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Nash, and then I see Councillor Collins next.
Oh, hello. I apologise for being late. I've had a nightmare of a week with my computer being down for almost 7 days. This morning, it was supposed to be okay. And then I tried to log into the meeting just after 1:15, and lo and behold, couldn't do it. And it took IT half an hour to get me here. Right. So on this application, it would appear to me, listening to the two councillors, that the main objection is to the loss of allotment space. Could you tell me, I hear Councillor Lewis said it's a quixotic arrangement of who gets the allotments and so on, but are they all used? Are they all being used to capacity?
Go ahead, councillors.
Good afternoon, Councillor Nash. At the moment, the entirety of the land that is allotments is not used as allotment land. There is some grazing on there. However, just to sort of add say a bit more about it, when the application came in and the applicant attempted to work with the allotment holders on their plan to reduce the size of the allotments. Like I say, that's when it, and obviously became a point of discussion in the village. That's when it became clear, because like I say, it's not a council allotment, which clearly it wouldn't be, because we wouldn't be developing it, nor is it an allotment association. It is it is owned by the landowners, and individuals have taken on allotment plots. It became clear from speaking to residents in the village that if more residents had known that allotment plots were available, they would have asked for an allotment plot and looked to take one on. So it is correct to say that some of the allotments are not perhaps what we would recognise as allotments, in that they're used for grazing. However, I believe there is an unmet demand for allotments in the village. One thing that hasn't come up so far is elsewhere in Micklefield there is I don't use the term lightly, considerable housing development. We have 3 developers on site at the moment in the village, which are so we're going to see a expansion of the population of the village by degrees of a third or a half in short order. So again, this is the only Councillor Crossley will know better than me, but I believe this is the only allotment site currently active in Micklefield. And like I say, I believe they could be filled because of the, but they aren't at the moment.
Thank you. Anything to add, Councillor Crossley?
Yes, Chair. As far as I can think, yes, this is the only site left in the village that is currently functioning as allotments, either wholly or in part, as Councillor Lewis says. There are a lot of houses coming on stream being built out now which do not have gardens that you could describe as where you're going to be able to grow plants or food. And because of how land around Micklefield is all optioned out to developers, if there is a new demand for allotments or a latent demand that is revealed because people now know that they can have allotments, then you would have to compulsory purchase land using our SIL money simply to replace the allotments which would have been lost from this site. And now the parish council didn't actually have that as an objection, so I don't want to overdo my role right now, but as a matter of fact, the only way you would be able to create any new allotment provision over and above the 7 spare plots in the development is to compulsory purchase land outside the settlement boundary. So that is just a simple fact. So I think it's okay for me to say that.
Thanks for that. Councillor Nash, do you want to come back?
Yes, I am rather concerned. There is no one who would defend allotments more than I. But when I hear that some of the plots are not being used as allotments, they are used for grazing, well, I don't think that is on. I presume these allotments are privately owned. And therefore, how would you get the owners to advertise that they've got allotment plots available? I am concerned about this. I mean, when I first got the report, I thought, well, here's a greedy developer wanting to pinch allotment land, but that doesn't seem quite the case. So what's
Hello,
your
if I
comment
could.
on that? Yeah.
Chair, the allotments are, when I say the allotments are privately owned, this is a matter of clarification. They are owned by the landowners who own the rest of the site. They are not held as some allotment sites in our ward are, where individual plots are owned by individuals, and therefore the makeup of an overall allotment site is a patchwork quilt of ownership. The allotment land in its entirety is owned by the landowner that owns the rest of the site, and like I said, there have been historic arrangements around its management. But again, I would sort of again reinforce the point, when this application first was discussed back in the summer of 2019, a number of residents commented that had they known that allotments were available, they would have sought out the individual managing the site and requested an allotment site. So I don't believe that the fact that some of them aren't currently in use as allotments reflects there is a lack of demand for allotment sites in Micklefield. And again, just to reinforce the point, there is, as well as the site in question, there is a large number of sites coming forward for development in Micklefield. So there is a considerable housing growth in the area. This is the only allotment site that people could access. And I think it's fair to say, you know, just in the last few months with lockdown, people's interest in growing their own food locally has increased. And this would be the only option. As Councillor Crossy said, these allotments will be the only site, either keeping them in situ or if the planned layout was taken forward and the area of allotment land was replaced by the developer elsewhere in the village, there are 2 options to take forward in terms of the area of allotment land, I believe, neither of which has been taken forward, and that's why we find this application unacceptable.
Thanks for that. Councillor Nash, does that answer your query now in full?
For the time being, but I'll have to ask more questions from the officers.
Absolutely.
Utterly.
Thank you. Councillor Collins, and then I see Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, my question's about the allotments as well, I'm afraid. We're quite fortunate in Horsforth that we've got quite a few allotment organisations, but I have spoken to a couple of them over the last couple of years. And even though I agree people are more interested in growing their own food, what those allotment organisations have had to do in order to get people on the site is to actually reduce the size of the plots. Some of them, they've actually been chopping into 1/8 so that they can get new people into the allotment organisation and get the ground actually managed. So I was just wondering really whether the parish council had actually done any any further work to establish you know, how many people do you really have who would genuinely take an allotment, and do they give any indication as to what size they want? Because if this applicant is actually saying by making them a bit smaller, by reshuffling them, we can get more there, you might find that you actually meet the need of the local people at the moment, but not actually give them something that's too big for them to manage safe in a good way. So that was my question about, you know, why is there a problem with reducing the size of the allotments? You could always have two plots if you wanted one bigger. And then I wondered whether there was another compromise really with the developer, and instead of saying you've got to give us the whole of the site, because obviously some of it is quite seriously used for grazing, have you approached them to say if it was just the 10 sites next to the proposed new allotment site, whether that would be a compromise? I think it's, let me just look at houses 51, 50, 49, 48, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56 and 57. If those end ones were actually kept as allotment, yes, the viability of the site would be lower for them, but they wouldn't have to do anything significant, I think, to regard the layout of the plan that they've already put forward. The public right of way wouldn't be altered. The road could still run as proposed with allotments on one side rather than houses. Do you think it's worth negotiating with developers as that a potential option?
I think
if I may, Chair, if I can just come in before James, just to make sure that our position's clear.
Absolutely, yeah.
We didn't, when we objected to the original application, we didn't try to get into the high principle of whether all the allotment land should be retained as allotments or which part of it should be. We were more bothered about the existing allotment holders being provided with their replacement, albeit smaller allotments, before the development commenced. But I understand what Councillor Collins is asking, but it does sort of go back to Councillor Lewis's statement of high principle. Either all the land should be retained as allotments and the developers will just have to lump it, or some of it, a bit more than is being proposed, should be retained as allotments. But essentially that's a matter for panel. It's not really anything I can now say to you one way or the other. I just have to be very clear that Micklefield Parish Council doesn't operate any allotments at the moment. We did receive requests for allotment plots, and we were able to then forward those on to the current manager of the allotments within the site that you see. I am told that those people were told, sorry, well, some were told, yes, there's a plot you can have, and some were told, no, there's no spare plots, you'll have to go on waiting list. I don't know what the truth of the situation was, because like I say, we don't have a role with those allotments. But if there's anything that Councillor Lewis might wish to add on that, Chair, but I just wanted to make sure everybody understands I'm limited as to what the Parish Council can be saying to you in terms of that particular point. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Crosley. I would add a couple more points in reply, and thank you for your question, Councillor Collins. I'd say, first of all, I think there's a point of principle here. It is quite clear in the planning policy, you and I and everyone else on the council at the time voted for that there was to be the retention or replacement of the allotments, and that was agreed in the site allocation. In terms of options, again, I won't label a point. If other options have been presented, we may have not objected and asked for it to come to panel. Those options haven't been made available, but just to be clear, I wouldn't say we would, on principle, object to anything other than 100% retention of the existing land. And thirdly, on the point of usage, I mean, Councillor Crossley, as a resident of Micklefield, made some very useful observations there. Again, I'll just add the point again that none of us have a crystal ball to know what the demand is going to be when, like I say, Micklefield as a village will expand by the order of a third to a half quite quickly. My experience in the neighbouring villages in my ward is allotments are very popular. As members may know, the council publishes data on number of allotment plots available and waiting lists. In Kippocks, I think there are 2 vacant allotments on council managed sites. I don't believe any of the allotment association sites have vacancies on in Kippocks. And in Allerton Bywater, again, a village that is larger than Micklefield, but not a lot. There are all 17 council plots are taken, and there is a waiting list of all 17 council plots are taken. There's a waiting list of 16. So clearly, allotments are popular in our part of the world. And again, for members who may not have visited Kippocks and Methley Ward recently, which I understand, given the lockdown, you know, the villages, there is quite a lot of separation between the villages. You don't see people rolling the barrows for a couple of miles between home and an allotment plot in another village. You know, they do need to be located in the villages that people live for them to be successful.
Okay, thanks for that. Do you want to come back, Councillor Collins? Before you
Yes,
do, I'm
please.
just going to say we are determining the application in front of us, and the sort of broader situation of lack of provision of allotments isn't really material to this application. But go ahead if you want to come back.
No, I just wanted to raise, I agree that allotment space should be retained where it can, but I am concerned that this one does seem to be a large percentage is paddock, and I don't know whether that's just the nomenclature or whether Councillor Crossley thinks that the people using the paddock should be given just as much freedom to use that land for grazing as those who want to use the land adjacent for allotments. But happy to move on, Chair.
Thank you. So Councillor Smith, and then I've seen Councillor Nash's hand again. Is that right? Yeah, just nod. Yeah.
I'm prepared to move on.
All right. So Councillor Smith, and I think I saw Councillor Sharp, but then that's disappeared. So Councillor Smith, please go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. It was just an observation, really. If this land is privately owned, then there would be no guarantee that the owner would allow it for allotment use in the future should this application be declined. So I was just going to sort of say that, you know, we can't guarantee that it will be retained as much as we'd all like it to be.
I think that's more a question for officers, actually, that technical point. Anything else, Councillor Smith, or is that it?
No, Chair.
I see Councillor Graham, but Councillor Nash, your hand's still up, but.
Well, I don't know how to take it down. I thought you could do that.
Right. I think it should be a lower hand button next to your raised. Well, raised hand might have disappeared now, but never mind. We'll move on to Councillor Ron Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Welcome, everybody. The situation I've been looking at the plans and the drawings and everything. The main concern for me is where the railway line is and the school. How far away is the school on that, and what discussions have been held with the railways as regarding this particular application, Chair?
Councillors Crossley or Lewis, do you want to give some indication around the geography, I suppose, of station versus and railway school versus the development?
Yes, Chair, if I can. The school is about half a mile. No, sorry. The school's 1/4 mile from the edge of the development site. Up the Great North Road, the primary school. The railway, I don't think there's been any direct conversations between Leeds and Network Rail and the developers. I think Network Rail had an input when this site was being proposed as a housing allocation in the SAP, because they were objecting, because they felt they might want the ability to have the land for parking or something for the station or some kind of expansionary view. But that issue was resolved with the SAP, and I think David will confirm there were no consultation responses from Network Rail to this actual planning application. Don't know if that helps, but
thank you. Does that help?
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor?
It does, yeah. It helps me a lot, that. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, any more members? Councillor Sharp, you did have your hand up.
I did, Chair. It was an allotment question, but I've got another question in terms of the access junction. I'm not doing a site visit. I'm just thinking that moving the junction forward, you know, is that going to help when there's going to be potentially 2 cars per 104 properties? Is moving the junction forward in terms of traffic?
I think that's a question for the highways officers, really, if the
Right.
two councillors, Crossley and Lewis, agree. It being a technical matter. Yeah, I see no dissension on that. So one final...
Sorry,
Oh.
Chair, I wasn't quick enough to my mute button. I think in terms of the capacity of the junction, again, there is the one access, and as we saw in the David Jones presentation, it's not necessarily the widest access. In terms of the safety of the junction, which is my main concern, I'm still concerned you only have a footpath down one side of the road, and the northbound side, which is the side that runs down the railway embankment, doesn't have a footpath on it. So vehicles exiting the site will have, because of the location of the railway bridge, no visibility of pedestrians until they get very close to the stop line. And that is something, again, you know, the highways plans we've seen as part of the presentation, I believe make some progress on that, but that is a concern to me and my colleagues, and it is again, in terms of the highway safety, we really want officers. I know the recommendation is to defer and delegate, and we'd really want the details of that junction, which, as you say, will become quite a busy junction, to be absolutely secure in terms of highway safety before anything is agreed.
Okay, thank you for that. Any final questions? No, I see no other hands. So thank you to councillors Lewis and Crossley. You've now finished your contributions to the meeting. So thank you very much. And I just ask that you take no further part. And we move on to the speaker in favour of the application, on behalf of the applicant. And we have Mr. Mark Johnson. Mr. Johnson, do you want to just introduce yourself, and then we'll start your 4 minutes that you have, which is the same as the objectors have had when you're ready. So first of all, introduce yourself, and then when you're ready, go ahead and the time will start.
Thank you, Chair. It's Mark Johnson Mowat, the planning agent on behalf of Taylor Wimpey, the applicant. Can you hear me okay? Is it coming through fine? Good. Chair, as you would imagine, I've got 4 minutes to talk about, in effect, the merits of the planning case, the officer's report, which we totally support. Clearly, some of the points that have just been raised might require a certain amount of questions to come back to me at the end of the 4 minutes, and I'm very, very happy to do that. And in particular, the one surrounding allotments and how we've got to where we've got to. But essentially, we've been working on the planning application now for a number of years. It was a little bit slow in coming forward, largely because of the landfill, which was pointed out at the beginning of the conversation, because the active landfill on the horizon is something that we've been waiting for it to finish, and it more or less has now finished. So we're very comfortable in bringing forward the houses, which would be commencing in construction next year. But we think we'd be beyond the timing of the landfilling operation. The officer's report is supportive in that I think we've ticked every policy box in terms of design, requirement, space standards, you name it. All of the policies are now complied with in terms of where we wanted to be, where the council wanted to be. And we've spent well over a year actually working with the council and to some extent the parish council, taking on board a lot of the design comments. And I think where we've gotten to, and you've seen it in the CGIs and you've seen it in the layout, is that I think everybody is absolutely satisfied with the way that this development will be laid out. Appreciate that there's a point with respect to the access onto Pit Lane, which has now found a highway solution to the satisfaction of the Highways Authority. And yes, the access point at Pit Lane Junction is tight, but it's always been tight. There's always been one footpath on one side, and that was known at the time that the inspector agreed the allocation of the site. So in that respect, we've done what we can, and we've found a highway solution. I think there was a reference also in the conversation about the location of the bungalows. The bungalows were actually somewhere else on the layout until quite recently, but they've been moved around. In fact, they've been inserted as bungalows because, as most members would know, we don't normally see bungalows on the site. So we've inserted bungalows at the request in the design conversation, but they've ended up where they are for the reason that was pointed out by David Jones. In effect, it's the transitional height from one side to the other. And with respect to the steps being next door, yes, there is an access with some steps next door to the bungalows, but there are actually something in the order of 6 walkable routes in and out of this site, one at the main point of access, but there are 5 others, and there is only one with steps. So in effect, for those in the bungalows, if they are in a wheelchair, and there's no guarantee somebody in the bungalow needs to be in a wheelchair, is that there are many points of entry that will take you close to the green space on some very pleasant routes. So we're very comfortable with respect to the location of the bungalows. And with respect to materials, and I don't think the policy requires it to be predominantly stone. In fact, the majority of Micklefield is in fact a brick village. There are elements of stone in the settlement. And I take the point of Councillor Crossley, is that the crescent, which sits alongside the development, is a stone. It's an old miners' row by the looks of it. So what we've done in a conversation with the parish council this week, we've had a meeting with the parish council this week. They particularly identified the southeast corner, and we've emailed them yesterday to say, look, we can frame that element with the art stone, and you've seen the CGI images. So we're very comfortable if the parish council and if the council and the design officers think that we need to frame the crescent with stone in that bottom corner, that's a very minor amendment, and the council's already got that plan showing the amendment. Finally, then, I think that brings us back to the allotments, and no doubt I will take questions on this because I think it's been pointed out, is that there is a requirement in the policy to re-provide the allotments. And I think if I can request, I'll ask, there was a Google Earth image that was shown quite early on, showing the, zooming into the allotment area. And it was showing how, excuse me, certain of the allotments were down as paddock. Certain allotments were actually not used at all, and there was 1 or 2 allotments used. And the point being is that Taylor Wimpey have excluded the proposed re-provision area because and left it to one side for the section 106.
Chair.
Yeah, as I say, I'm expecting some questions on the allotments to come back to me because it seems to be the biggest single item here. Is that the policy is to re-provide allotments. It doesn't say to re-provide exactly the same amount of allotments area that's shown. And I don't want to appear awkward, but the allotments are not owned by Taylor Wimpey. The allotments are owned by the landowner. Sorry, was that me asking? I'll carry on until I'm stopped. Is that
well, I'll just finish the sentence. I'm asking you to finish your sentence, please. So not carry on until you stopped.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Well, I'm going to stop there because, as I say, I'm fairly certain there'll be some questions coming back to me about who owns the allotments and how have we arrived at where we've got to.
Okay, thank you very much. So we will move on to those questions now from members, and first of all, Councillor Collins.
I just wondered if the gentleman could continue giving us a bit more background on the allotments and who owns them. Thank you, Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Johnson.
Sorry, Chair, I probably teed that one up, didn't I? But just to finish this off, is that, yes, you've got a private owner who owns some land historically as allotments, but as we've seen on the Google Earth, is that about 1/3 of the allotments are used as pony paddocks, so they're not allotments, and 1/3 of the allotment land is not used at all. Now, whether or not historically there was a demand for it or not, is that we have sought through this planning application to work very closely with the allotment owners, well, tenants, Those tenants haven't got any formal right to the allotments because they are private allotments, and I fully understand that. And if indeed Taylor Wimpey not be bringing forward the planning application right now, it is possible that those allotments may not exist at all. There is no guarantee that there will ever be allotments on this site. So the planning application itself has provided there's been the mechanism to re-provide for the allotments. And what we've done is that we've managed to get the allotment tenants and the landowner to agree the formation of an allotment society, which didn't exist. And through the vehicle of this planning application, we get those 16 tenants to go on to these new allotment sites. And yes, they are smaller. Absolutely right, that allotments these days are smaller because they're more manageable. So we've got 23 allotments from what was previously 16 tenants. They're slightly smaller in area, but what Taylor Wimpey will be doing is assisting them in the spend to create the 23 allotments, which are of a better quality and fenced, and through the creation of allotment society. But through the section 106, the land that those allotments are on are then taken away from the existing landowner and given to the new allotment society. So what we do is that we take private land and we set up an allotment association, and then the allotment association have the freehold for those 23 allotments. The concern I have to some extent is that if we don't do this as we're currently proposing, and the landowner then decides to throw their toys out of the pram with any alternative suggestion, is that Taylor Wimpey might not have this planning application in place, but there's a consequence that may arise whereby there may be no allotment places. And therefore, we don't want to be putting forward a threat in any way, because it's absolutely not. Taylor Wimpey, in the last 14 months, have pushed everyone as far as they possibly can to make sure that these allotments can be delivered. And I'm happy to take questions on that.
That was very helpful, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Jenkins next.
Yeah, thank you. I've got about 4 questions. One about the bungalows. Would it be possible for those 2 bungalows to be allocated as affordable properties? Second, on the access to the Great North Road, do you think traffic lights would be an option to make it a safer exit strategy onto that major road? Thirdly, there was mention about the construction traffic and the school, I think from the objectors. And fourthly, what form of security would there be around the allotments and maybe access to water? So one thing about allotments is that they are sometimes susceptible to antisocial behaviour or stealing, I suppose. So I just wondered whether that could be considered. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Point number 1, the bungalows as affordables. I suppose the answer to that is yes, they could have been, but I think they've been inserted just to improve on the mix. And essentially what you've got is the 1-bedroom bungalows. If they're in the market provision, then you could get a downsizing from somebody who might have a 4-bedroom house in the village to the 1-bedroom bungalows. They could have been affordables, but they've never been requested. I think they've been requested really to improve the mix. And I know certain councillors have made great play over the years about getting more market bungalows and smaller dwellings, so we can see downsizing. The access traffic lights on Great North Road, I can't answer that question because it's obviously a very specialist highways response. But what we've got so far is a solution that the council's highways department prefer. And I don't think we've ever seen anybody asking for traffic lights, because I don't think the flow of traffic coming down pit lane would necessarily warrant it. The construction traffic and the school conflict, well, the site's actually quite a long way away from the school, but we've acknowledged the fact that there is a conflict potential between construction traffic and existing users on pit lane and the enterprise park. And that was a matter raised with the parish council on Tuesday night. And we will have a construction management plan that builds in higher levels of protection and understanding and management for the traffic on that junction. And we're going to be doing that as soon as the condition lands, and we'll be working with the parish council on it. And then finally, the security of the allotments and water. Yes, those allotments will be landscaped, and there will be a secure fence, a high enough secure fence, but it won't be on it won't be, it'll be certainly an attractive high fence, and that there will be water provision laid on as part of this re-landscaping plan. And then finally, I think there was one other point, just going back to the bungalows. I think it's a matter of what the registered providers will take and what they won't. So far, it seems to sit more comfortably as market housing.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any more questions? If Councillor Collins and both Jenkins want to lower their hands, if they've done. I see no questions from members, so I've got 2 or 3 myself. So firstly, you did reference, Mr. Johnson, that you're policy compliant, which I recognise in the panel report. That's quite clear. But I just wondered, referring to the climate change on the bullet point, I think it's 86. You are policy compliant, and you could say, well, we'll leave it at that. But I just wondered why there's no ambition to go perhaps beyond that. As you'll know, our council's ambition is to be carbon zero by 2030. And do you think it'd be an opportunity here to be a bit of a pathfinder on this development and go beyond what's required to meet the policy? I think it'd do you something you could even market that fact as well. So that's one question. Secondly, on the claimed right of way, I always find with these developments that it's not always clear when you go into these developments, and Councillor Collins might agree with me on one in her ward, the Vale there. So to a rambler, as it were, who's not familiar with the area, you're walking through those estates and you're not sure if you are actually on a private road or, is it actually a right of way? So would you be amenable to marking that right of way at, the start and entry point, for example, with these finger post type things? There was another matter. Oh yes, on the materials. Now the CGIs that produce are very helpful, but they do hint at a majority of stone buildings or look buildings, don't they, really? And to answer when Councillor Crossley asked what members thought about it, if we were taking those CGIs as reflective of the whole site, we'd say, well, I'm sure we'd say, well, yeah, stone dominates, or stone look dominates here, but clearly that's not the case, because they are in the minority. So perhaps some reflection on what you could do to boost those numbers of stone look housing as well, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. On sustainable development, I think obviously you've got a brand new policy through the core strategy review, and your policy is one that exceeds building regulations. And of course, what we've been asked to do is to look at your policy and to match it. And I think what we've done is gone slightly beyond it. And I know points made about how do you achieve that? Well, it's obviously through fabric first, but also through solar panels, and the solar panels are actually tied also onto some of the affordable housing plots. So we've tried to get the sustainable development on construction, as good as what we can get it up to modern times. And I know that the council's got this aspiration to get to zero carbon. The house building industry is moving as fast as it can, working with building regulations as a starting point. But we've met the council's policy on enhanced, and I think we go slightly beyond it. I think for now, I don't think we can get much further without technology necessarily changing, but we're very mindful that we are travelling as fast as what we can on that one. The second point about the claimed rights of way, I'm happy for somebody to put the aerial image up. The claimed rights of way took us a little bit by surprise, because this field has been farmed as an arable field for decades, and there's never been anybody walking across it. That right of ways never really existed. And we raised it with the parish council a year ago, and the parish council said, well, we think it used to be the old footpath to the pit, which meant, which disappeared decades ago. So nobody's ever walked along it because it had no purpose. But we're happy to put marker posts if necessary, but I don't think it's actually part of any longer distance route. It was just a short distance route to the pit that no longer exists. Again, no issue at all with finger posts. We can do it. It's just a case of whether it's absolutely necessary. And then on the CGIs, I think we hadn't intended to misrepresent, because we had intended the site to be entirely brick. It would look, and we think it would look good in brick. We've introduced the elements of stone because we were asked to, and we've presented the CGIs to show how and where those elements of stone would be. We hadn't presented the CGIs in an attempt to say, this is how the whole site looks. It was only to show where the changes had been made. But we do think when you look at the brick elements on the site, and I think it was the first CGI that we showed, I actually think the CGI on brick looks just as good as the stone. So we think the balance is right, but we have said we are prepared to push further around the crescent. But I don't think, and this is up to the council on the design point of view, I personally don't think it's necessary to change much beyond the mix that we've already got.
Okay, thank you for that. I see Councillor Jenkins and Councillor Collins hands raised, but I didn't see which order they came up. So, do you want to go ahead?
Yeah, because I just wanted to talk on the public right of way again. I think because it's dashed in green, that means it's an unofficial public right of way. Apologies to officers, but momentarily I've forgotten the right jargon. I think if it was dashed in black on our register, it would be an adopted one. So I don't actually think it needs anything on the footpath to indicate that there once used to be people walking along this route. But you do raise another question in my mind, Chair, about the small parts, especially the bit where the steps are, that link into the highway. I think we need to understand for the future who owns those rights, those footpaths, whether they're going to be adopted by highways, whether they're going to be retained by the landowner, or whether they are going to transfer to public rights of way, because in a few years' time, there will be questions about who's going to retarmac them, who's going to reposition the slabs that have slipped. I don't think we need the bollards, but I think we probably do need to address the question of who maintains those little extra elements in the future.
Thank you. I think there are probably more questions for officers. Would you agree? Yeah. Okay. Councillor Jenkins.
Yeah, just going on with the issue of climate change. I wonder how builders like Taylor Wimpey future-proof their properties in terms of like possible use of ground heat pumps. I noticed that the Taylor Wimpey climate change guidance dates from 2019, but it's in such small print, it's really hard to find whether there's reference to ground heat pumps.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not here as a specialist on ground heat pumps, clearly, but in terms of future proofing, I think, to be fair, is that the majority of the focus for Taylor Wimpey is in the fabric of the building in itself. It's extremely well insulated to the point that you don't necessarily need to use energy. So rather than creating a forms of energy generation in ground heat pumps, if you design the insulation of the building to such a high standard, is that you rarely have to put the heating or electricity on. And I think that's where the house builders are focused at the moment. And I'm not sure, I mean, because we're in a sort of a mining area, I'm not sure how suitable the ground is for ground heat pumps, but clearly fabric first and solar panels are the way in which this particular development has gone.
Thank you.
Okay. Any more questions? No. Okay. Right. Well, thank you, Mr. Johnson, for your presentation and answering those questions. And again, your work here is done as we move on to officers' questions for officers, I should say. Now, there's been a few already raised. Do members want to remind the officers of that, or they may pick them up after this round of questions? So we'll do it that way. I'll invite members and then they can pick up anything else. And I see Councillor Graham and Councillor Collins, is that the hand from your previous question?
Councillor Graham, eh?
Yeah, Councillor Graham and then Councillor Smith.
Okay, the condition, I'd like a condition on what James has produced, where requirement of another footpath for safety reasons. I'd like that to be a condition, Chair.
Officers, I'm not sure. Oh, sorry, this is on the external road, isn't it? Yes. Okay, officers. So you might want to just address whether there's room and if it's practicable, etc., in answering Councillor Graham's question.
Thank you, Chair. With your permission, is it worth going back to the photograph?
It is, David. Yeah.
I'll just find out which one it was.
And I'd expect a contribution from Lisa as well on this, as here as highways, I believe. Yeah. But go ahead, David.
Yeah, it's slide 16, Pam, please. Thank you, Pam. I'll just briefly mention something. I'm sure Lisa will chip in, but I think you can see from that photograph that physically the carriageway width is constrained because the wall to the side of the embankment that serves the railway will, I'm sure, perform a retaining function as well as sort of being decorative and holding back the embankment. So I think, strictly speaking, there isn't the opportunity to introduce a second footpath, but I'm sure Lisa can just confirm that.
Hi. Yes, I mean the space at the junction is very constrained because of the other infrastructure, the wall to the to the railway. The scheme that has been agreed, uses the space to the best effect, I think, to make the junction work as best as possible, though I do acknowledge that it's not ideal in terms of that pedestrian route along pit lane and to cross at the junction. The scheme that's proposed has been through a stage 1 road safety audit and has been tweaked to address any issues raised within that. The space at the south side of pit lane, I think it is not adopted highway, but is within the control of the applicant, I believe. And there is going to be widening of footway on that side to improve the pedestrian access along that side. I don't really think I can say very much more at the moment. Basically, it's very constrained because of the infrastructure that's there.
Okay, thank you. Do you accept that, Councillor Graham?
I do, Chair. Thank you, David, Lisa. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thanks. So I've got Councillor Smith, Councillor Nash, then Councillor Jenkins. I think that's the order. You may have been mixed up on my. Now we've gone back to that view. But go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm not going to ask anything else about the allotments. You'll be happy to hear. I'd like to know if the officers have looked at the this development as a single development, or have they tried to look at it in conjunction with the other developments in the area with regards to the schools and other infrastructure? So has all of that been considered? I'd also like to ask about drainage. I know on one of the scrutiny boards that I sit on, we're currently looking at the way drainage is dealt with by certainly by the larger developments, and can the sewage plants actually deal with all of the volume that's now going to enter? Thank you.
Thanks. And that also will tick off one of the earlier questions, won't it, about the the sluice effect that may exist. So if you could pick that up as well, so that I know that'll bring flood risk management officers in. So whoever wants to lead off, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of looking at the sort of strategic developments in the wider village, as it were, obviously that will have been something that was considered as part of the site allocations. And there's a number of allocations in this particular village that Councillor Lewis referenced, and most of them have now obtained permission and are currently being built out. In terms of specific infrastructure requirements, this particular allocation doesn't make reference to, for example, school contributions, so they would be secured via SIL contributions in the way that many of these sites were. But I think looking at it strategically, you could see from the off-site highway works that they were specifically tailored to improve accessibility between what is actually the northern part of the village and the southern part of the village, which is where most of the development is, and importantly, that's where the primary school is. So those off-site highway works, and including the contributions to the bus stops, for example, and the real-time information, they all go towards a package of works that improve sort of facilities within the wider village. So that's how it's been looked at from an officer perspective. In terms of the drainage, I think the drainage officers that are on this meeting aren't necessarily the ones that were specifically involved at case officer level, but they may be able to supplement what I say. But essentially, the solution on this particular scheme is to have an underground storage tank that will basically hold back the water and discharge it into the system at a greatly reduced rate. So it'll be greenfield rates. So essentially, by doing that, it shouldn't create capacity issues on the wider network. And we haven't received representations from the relevant sort of undertakers to suggest that that would be a problem.
Thanks. Can I bring in either Magda or I think it was Dorian on the matter that was raised earlier? I think it was described as a sluice effect from one of the roads, wasn't it? When you're ready.
As David had pointed out, the drainage for this particular development is being looked at, and there's ongoing discussion with the developer with one of my colleagues. So I don't think I'm in a position to answer the specific questions. I heard one of the planners, sorry, one of the councillors refer to something about the sewage and whether it was designed appropriately or it could cope with the system. And I was at least prepared to reassure them that there are design codes for all of these, and BS standards where it is decided according to the standards in terms of the expectation of the flow, the flow in any foul sewer system, and the system will have to be designed according to that. So it should be, it should be designed in accordance to the BS standards, etc. And therefore, yes, I will say categorically the system should be able to cope.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Do you want to come back?
Can I? Yeah, I do, please, Chair. Sorry. As I say, in other parts of the city, we have had these reassurances, but it's not at site level where we're getting the problems. We're actually getting the problems more into the old sewer network, as it were. And we're certainly having issues where sewage systems are then discharging into rivers, etc. So that's really the point I'm trying to make, is has this been thought about? Is there anything that we can do at this level now to ensure that the local sewage system can actually cope, or can it be upgraded? Can we divert it a different way? Can we split fresh and foul? something at this level now will stop the ultimate discharge, which is likely to occur in time to come.
Thanks. Do you want to come back on that?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well,
yes.
Oh.
Magda, and then
Would you like me
David,
to
if you want
answer?
to add.
I would. I know that they would have had pre-planning inquiries with Yorkshire Water, and of course Yorkshire Water would give them the point of connection that will be approved, that the planners eventually approve. So we would have done as a planning and flood risk management part, we would have done as much as we could to make sure that they have connected, they have discharges in terms of the sewage, and they have reduced discharge in terms of the surface water. So in terms of anything else would be Yorkshire Water really, and I don't think we have any control here. What Yorkshire Water will be doing is looking at the capacity of their system and tell them, they may probably not connect it at some point downstream, for instance, rather than closer to their site. So that is something that Yorkshire Water looks at really, in terms of where it's connected, to make sure that they have the capacity to take the flows that are incoming at any point. Does that answer your question, or do you?
Thank you, Magda. It does answer the question, but I'm not confident that it'll actually work. So apologies for being a bit of a negative Nelly about it, but I do think that we are having problems elsewhere, and it does need to be addressed at planning level if at all possible.
Okay, thanks for that. David, is there anything you want to add? I mean, it's referenced in the report, flood risk management, isn't it? No objections, subject to conditions, which I think Magda's probably alluded to in her explanation as well.
Yeah, that's right, Chair. And I'd just say we have obviously consulted with Yorkshire Water, who have not objected, recommend conditions, and we would obviously seek to involve them in discharging those conditions when full details came through.
Thank you. So it's Councillor Nash, then Councillor Jenkins.
I just couldn't reach the mute button then. I've got 3 or 4 questions actually. Firstly, a simple one. There are integral garages on some of the houses. Can we be assured that these garages are wide enough? Because there have been new estates built that have garages where they can hardly get the car in. That's simple. And 2, as a former member of the Leeds City Council's, the Corporation's Waterworks Committee, I can tell you the problems with sewer overflow is when there's a sudden downfall of rain, like we had earlier this week. And would it be possible to have a condition for water butts on each house? People don't really realise that the purification of water expels a lot of carbon into the atmosphere. So the less water that people use, the better. It would also help to solve the sewer capacity. And on number 3, the house types. I've no objection to a mixture of imitation stone and brick. Years ago, well, 2 or 3 years ago, I suggested to a city plans panel that we should all have a site visit to North Stainley, which is 5 miles north of Ripon. That's a new estate of houses, and they look absolutely brilliant, and they look as though they've been there for 100 years. And they are a mixture of brick and stone, as long as the brick is not bright red brick and is a subtle type. What I was asking on that is that imitation stone can look rather bland. And I regret to say there is some properties which don't have bay windows, and I think they look awful. And I think it's the very last slide that you were shown when we were told, you know, what a pleasant aspect it was. And so it was, apart from the houses on the right-hand side. They're just straight up and down. I don't know if you could bring that slide up and you'll see what I mean. It's the very last one. Is somebody doing that?
Yeah, sorry, I'm just doing it now.
Yeah, so the very last one.
Page 43 on our A3.
It's 41 actually. I've got it
41,
myself.
is it? All right.
Yeah. Can you see that property on the right hand side looks awful?
Yeah.
They look all right, but that's 42. You get 41 there on the right hand side. Oh, that is 43 on yours. They just look plain awful. And there's no reason why they can't have bay windows. And if you compare that with the other side, it's basically the same house, but looks infinitely better because it's got a bay window. It would also give the occupants that impression of having more space inside if they had a bay window. So could that happen? And there are two notes that you've made on the first page of the report. A travel plan review of 3,114 and a residential travel plan fund of £52,052. What is this for? Because what is an advantage to this site is that there's a rail station on its doorstep. I wish I had a rail station on my doorstep. And residents perhaps should be encouraged to use this station if it's for work purposes in Leeds. So that's all my questions, quite a lot.
Thank you. Who's leading off on this? David?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll try to answer them as best I can. Lisa might need to come in potentially for that last one. Just in terms of the garage widths, we basically we do review the house types and the garage widths in particular. What we tend to do though is, in recognition that many people don't use their garages for parking, is we tend to look to ensure there's 2 open parking spaces to the properties. So regardless of the garage size, in eventuality, there's 2 open spaces in any event, but the new standards for garage widths are wide enough to ensure that they can accommodate a vehicle quite comfortably.
What are they? I don't think supplying 2 parking spaces is a sufficient reason for having garages which are too narrow.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor. I haven't. It's difficult to measure them in this format whilst on this call, but hopefully in the background, someone might be able to do that just whilst maybe we return to that particular question. In terms of the water butts condition, by all means, if that's something that members thought was appropriate, I'm sure that could be added. It's not massively onerous in terms of cost. You'll see from the report we do already impose a condition about water efficiency levels, but I would have hoped that wouldn't necessarily be a problem to add such a condition in terms of the developer's perspective. I think the next one was house types and possibility of introducing bays. I understand the point you're making. What I would say is that within the context of the village, there's a number of former sort of miners' cottages that are very simple in terms of their design, very flat elevations. So in the context of that, we don't necessarily think it's inappropriate to provide a variety of house types. So there's a good mix. There's gable features, projecting gables. Some have got bays, some haven't. It's not unusual, is what I would say, to have some house types that don't necessarily have those features. What we've sought to concentrate on are things like having proper heads and sills, and that can often make the difference, and even down to things like porch features in terms of a small canopy. So so whilst I appreciate what you're saying, I don't think we would necessarily, from an officer perspective, look to resist the scheme because some of the house types had a more flat and simple elevation. In terms of the travel plan fee, the 3,114, that's really just a monitoring fee. So yes, this is a well-located site in terms of access to the railway, for example, but there will be a residential travel plan which is aimed at reducing car usage across the board. So that fee, which is quite modest in itself, covers a 5-year monitoring period to review those documents to make sure that they're hitting the targets that they've said they'll try to. And I think Lisa might be able to help with the residential travel fund. This is the sort of thing that historically used to go on things like Metro cards. I'm not sure if there's anything specific in mind at the moment for this one, but Lisa might be able to talk a bit more to that particular issue, and perhaps the garage sizes also.
Yes, in terms of garages, if we're counting the garage as a parking space, then we look for internal dimensions of 6 meters by 3 meters to allow for cycle parking within the garage as well. However, as David's already said, I think all the houses have external parking spaces, of at least 2 on the driveway, which meets our standards for parking provision. In terms of the travel plan fund, that's left flexibly to be used for the travel plan measures, whether it might be vouchers for residents to buy bikes or Metro cards, or, that type of thing, and that is agreed through the travel plan implementation.
And just to come back, in the background, somebody has measured these garages, and they do comply with our standards. So they are 3 meters wide by at least 6 meters deep. So we can count them as parking spaces, whether people use them or not.
Okay, thanks for that. Are you satisfied, Councillor Nash, with those responses?
Not totally, especially on the last one on garages, 3 meters. If that is the Leeds standard, then so be it. But it's very narrow because my garage is 3.5 meters, and you have to be careful how you open car doors. And mine is a small car. And 6 meters, that's in my view a bit too deep. Actually, my garage is 6 meters deep, but I don't use that. Anyway, that's comment, but I'm not satisfied with that answer unless it is the Leeds standard, and I'm not satisfied with the house types either. To just have plain houses, just to have a mixture, I don't think that answer is good enough. That house, it looks bland and awful. That's
okay,
it.
Lisa, did you want to come back?
Yes, just to confirm that garage internal dimension garage size is our standard, which is in our policy documents, and in our design guide. I mean, actually, if there's separate cycle storage, then we will accept a smaller dimension of 5 by 2.8. But just to put it in context, a standard parking space is 2.4 meters wide. And 4.8 meters long. So, the garage dimensions are in excess of, a standard parking space.
Sorry, just can I come back? If you're in a parking space and you open a car door, you're not hitting the garage wall or another car. That's why it's narrower. But if 3 meters wide is the Leeds standard, then I accept that.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Jenkins next, and Councillor Collins, your hand's up. I don't know if that's from a previous one or you want to come back here. Councillor Jenkins.
Yeah, I think we should, I think that issue about garages is of interest, isn't it? My question is quite a simple one about the road traffic assessment, road safety assessment for the Great North Road. I'm not sure about whether the traffic lights was considered, because I'm not sure whether it's an issue in terms of crossing the road and the amount of traffic on that road.
Okay, Lisa, is that you?
Yes. So as far as I know, I don't think traffic lights were considered because there's probably actually not space to provide it either. But in terms of the pedestrian crossing at the junction, I mean, also probably the traffic numbers, of vehicles probably wouldn't warrant a signal controlled junction there either. But in terms of the pedestrian crossing, they've maximised the footway width on Great North Road north of Pit Lane to try and improve the pedestrian and driver into visibility there, but to push the road further to, there's not the space, and also it then has the effect of actually worsening the junction of the access to the flats, adjacent to the junction on the south side of Pit Lane. So, we are very limited in what we can do there.
Thank you. Is that okay, David?
Yeah, I'll have to accept it. Well, I mean, I'm trying to look for the future, and
Sure. Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. We touched on this before when I was talking. It's just, could officers take away from today's meeting the question about who owns and is responsible for footpaths that aren't adopted by highways, particularly the one between 58 and 57, where the steps are. I think there needs to be some clarity put forward, and maybe even a condition, so that residents in the future know who owns that and who's responsible for the maintenance. I suspect the footpaths through the park area might just need some clarity as well, but officers from highways and planning can just look at that and make sure that we've covered those. I'm happy.
Okay, go ahead, somebody, please.
Sorry, I was just going to say this same issue cropped up at the parish council meeting. I think that what I would say is the highway adoption process has yet to happen, and if there was any suggestion that there were particular paths that the highway authority didn't want to adopt, which would, I assume, include the paths that probably run through the green space, because that will be retained by a management company, then they would just be added to the management company responsibility. So they'll either be adopted or transferred to the management company, is how I would envisage it playing out.
Yes, I can confirm that. I think the discussions with our Section 38 team have been that the path to the Crescent, which is without the steps, will form an adopted link and become part of the adopted highway that we will maintain, but the stepped link will be maintained by the management company, which will maintain the open space as well.
Can I come back, Chair?
You can, yeah.
Do we need to add that as a condition now then? Because I'm just concerned it might get forgotten.
Happy to do that. Yes, that's not a problem.
Thank you. Good suggestion, Councillor Collins. Any more questions for our officers? No. Councillor Collins, you want to come back? Your hand's still up. I'm guessing not. No. Just a quick question from me. on the question about the SAP and the numbers allocation. Obviously, members of the ward members are putting a lot of weight on that in their objections, which is kind of understandable. However, on page 22, bullet point 54, the housing density is covered there, suggesting that actually a larger density would be appropriate. Could you just explain to members and myself why there's that differential there between what's in the SAP, which, as I say, members are holding great weight to, and the reality when developments come forward? Thank
you, Chair. Well, I think what I would say is they do put a capacity on the sites, and the reason they do that is so that they can, in the round, work out roughly how much housing numbers all these sites taken together would produce. It is quite a rough and ready figure. It's obviously not based on a detailed layout, so it's very much done on a site area. And I think an important thing to mention is at the time those particular capacities were referenced, there was a different green space requirement in terms of on-site provision. So policy G4 has been revisited, and historically, in broad terms, it would equate to about a third of the site should be laid over as green space. So that sort of produces generally a lower number. Once you put a detailed layout combined with the revised green space requirements, which are now bespoke to house sizes. So, for example, a 1-bed house has a smaller green space requirement than a 4-bed house. So overall, the level of green space requirement now is quite a bit less than it will have been anticipated when those numbers were first produced. And you can see it's broadly in line with the density requirements. And I think more generally, from our perspective, they're quite crude, those density requirements. It's more about, does it look and feel right? Is it an appropriate density for the character of the area? So we think we've got the balance right. And you'll see from originally the application was 119 and it's come down to 104 as well. So we've made movements in the right direction, I'd suggest.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you. So we're on to members' comments. So if you let us know how you're feeling about the application, where you leading to on approval or alternatives. So I'll wait for raised hands, and do indicate if you're willing to move a particular motion, but I'll give everyone an opportunity to comment first before we progress to that. I saw Councillor Graham first.
I'm okay with this application, Chair. Move and defer and delegate.
Okay, we'll hold that there for other comments before that's put on the table. Councillor Nash, Councillor Collins.
I didn't expect to come in so early because I held back before I raised the hand. I'm very satisfied with the layout of the site on what I see as a landfill site. I think the layout is quite good. I do accept that the allotment site is going to be moved, but I would say that from years ago, the City Council has a policy of dividing allotments into two, because it was found that a lot of the allotments were too big for people to manage, or they didn't want to manage such a big plot. And it would seem that the net gain, there's a net gain of 23 over existing 16 which exist at the moment. So I am satisfied that the developer has done the best to accommodate that. As far as the right of way is concerned, I'm quite happy that it be left as a right of way, whether it's signposted or not, because I'm quite sure residents may want to access Pit Lane further to the west, is it? Yeah, instead of through the green space. I think the design of the houses is overall is quite good, apart from what I have just pointed out. And I would like assurance that something is going to be done with the plain houses as was described. I don't think it's acceptable to say that as there are plain houses in Micklefield existing, that it is acceptable to have a house designed like that. I do hope that when the resolution is moved, that it will include water butts to each property to save on carbon being released into the atmosphere, and also to prevent the sewers from being overloaded. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. So, Councillor Collins and Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I would just like to say that I do actually like the design. It's a lot less dense than one we've just had to accept in Horsforth. So the layout does look very positive, and I do like the way that the applicants have put the trees along the side of the road. I think they're trying to promote a sense of place as well as getting buildings that we need in situ. I like the image on page 40, where there's a mix between a stone and brick. I particularly like. I don't think it all needs to be stone. I actually like that cross mixing. I think it makes it look more villagey and more as if it's been developed over a different period of time rather than all at once. So I do very much like it. I don't even mind the fact that some of them haven't got chimneys. I'm not quite like my colleague, Councillor Latty. And I think I can understand what Councillor Nash is saying about bay windows, but I think it's a combination, isn't it, really? It's having some feature, just so that it isn't permanently flat. So even if there's not a bay window, maybe a little porch, just something to add a bit of character. But I like it and I will be voting for it.
Thank you, Councillor Collins. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to say that I actually like the look of this development. I do like the mix. I think the developers have been as sympathetic as they can be. It's a little bit unfortunate about the allotments, but given the fact that it is private, I think they've done the best that they can. And the only thing that I'd like to comment on really is I have a genuine concern over the entry junction, but again, I believe that they've done the best they can. So all in all, I think it's a good development, Chair.
Okay, thank you. I think there seems to be a general consensus in favour. Councillor Graham indicated he'd like to move the motion. There's been a couple of suggested slight additions, so I'll just ask David to sum up how he sees it and then see if anybody wants to move a motion to that effect, or an alternative, of course. So that's David Newbury I'm bringing in now.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Yes, there was the officer amendment to condition 32, which in effect deletes the condition for permitted development, withdrawing permitted development rights, and replace it with a condition requiring levels to be agreed. There's also the amendment to the defer and delegate recommendation, the first bullet point, section 106. So that should just refer to the traffic management scheme. And then we've got additional conditions suggested by members, details of signs and signposting for the public right of way, the inclusion of water butts on the houses, And there's a condition about responsibility of the looking after maintenance of the public rights of way, the footpaths, and where that actually falls. And they're the ones I've got listed, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. So with that in mind, does anybody?
There was just one that Tricia said. Oh, sorry, it was Dawn, about on the plain houses, some feature, if not a bay window, a porch.
If I can come in, Chair, if that's okay. If that's the view of the plans panel, we've got to defer and delegate, and we can incorporate revisions to the designs of those properties as part of that.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So anybody willing to move the motion or a motion?
I'm willing to move the motion as stated by David Newbury, Chair.
Okay, could I have a seconder, please?
I thought Councillor Graham had already moved it, but I'm
I've already moved it.
There was
Right.
a slight amendment,
Yeah.
Councillor Nash, to the motion.
Right, okay. Well, I'm happy to second the current motion.
Right, okay. So we've got a proposer, Councillor Smith, and seconded by Councillor Nash. So I'm going to move to the vote on the motion, and I'm going to call each councillor's name in alphabetical order. So I'll start with Councillor Anderson.
Approve.
Thank you. Councillor Collins.
Approve, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Approved, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins.
Approved, Chair.
Councillor Nash.
Approve.
Councillor Sharp's not with us. So Councillor Smith.
Approved, Chair.
Thank you. And my vote is also to approve. So I'll ask Debbie just to give us, I think we know it sounded unanimous. Confirm that, Debbie, if you would, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there were 7 that carried that motion. Thank you. So there was 7 for the motion to be carried, no abstentions and nobody against.
Thank you very much. So members, we've given that a thorough going over. Thank you for your contributions and to everybody who's taken part in the debate as well. I don't need to repeat, we know what we've passed, so I think we'll move on to a comfort break, and I propose that we return at 4:05. That's okay with everybody. And I don't know if officers would like to contact Councillor Dobson to give him the heads up, because I think he's down as a objector to the next application. Okay, so I'll see you all back at 5 to, so don't forget to mute and maybe knock off your cameras. Right, hopefully members are returning. Debbie, we have lost Councillor Anderson, who's had to leave. So I won't be taking any further part in proceedings. Councillor Midgley should be back in play for the next two items. I don't know if she's with us at the moment.
I most certainly am.
Right, you're not on my screen, but okay, good. Councillor Sharp left, of course, but we are obviously still quorate, so.
We are, yes, Chair. We have 7 members in attendance.
So we are ready to resume, and I see Councillor Dobson's joined us as well, so welcome to Councillor Dobson, and is Mr. Bartle is with us as well, yeah. And Mr. Quinlan is with us still.
Yeah, I'm here.
Excellent. Okay, then we'll resume. If you're ready to start the screening, Debbie, are we?
We are still live, Chair, and
Okay.
Codie's put the presentation.
Right. Well, welcome back, everybody, and thank you for your patience for these 2 remaining items. We'll move straight into agenda item 8, which is the change of use of the former piggeries / stables to 3 dwellings at Hollingthorpe Low Farm. So over to David Jones to present the report.
Thank you, Chair. Can we have the first slide, please? So just while this slide is up, I'll just run through the additional representation that we've received, because it's handy to have this slide up. You'll obviously see the application site redlined. Just in terms of between the application site and the main road, it just references farm cottage. We've received representations from the occupiers of that property just to confirm that, and it's referenced in the report because the officers use this particular references on plans as the names. They're just drawing attention really to the fact that that property's actually been known as Brook Home since the 1960s. So it's not farm cottage or cottage farm, but it's that particular property you need to have in your mind when you're considering this application. You see references in the report, and they also highlight that the conifer hedge that runs along the boundary with that particular property is actually not the applicant's. It belongs with Brook Home. And the last point they make is that the track, in terms of providing access, is not owned by the applicant, and it does actually belong to the Verity family at Hollingthorpe Farm. And just to clarify, that issue was cleared up during the application's progression, and appropriate notices were served. So in terms of moving into the report proper, you'll see that this is an application for a change of use. The chair alluded to it at the very start of the meeting, that these are quite posh facilities for animals. But it's in the Hollingthorpe area, which is off Swillington Lane, and you'll see there's a number of properties, ribbon development that's developed over the years. If we can just move next slide, please. So there's an aerial photo, and you can hopefully just pick out the relevant buildings there, but it's in the green belt. So as you'd expect, all the surrounding land is put to agricultural use, except for the residential, and there's also been some conversions across the road, and you can probably noticeably pick that out by the lighter coloured roof that's on the opposite side of the road. So there's been a few conversions over the years, and I think potentially some of those might be of relevance in terms of the drainage issues, which is why Councillor Dobson has specifically asked for this application to be reported to the plans panel. So we just move through to some photographs of the site. Sorry, this is just site plan as existing, so you can hopefully see the main two buildings there that are proposed for conversion. There are some other structures that will be removed off the back of this application, and you can see the Hollandthorpe Low farm identified within the applicant's control also. So next slide, please. So this is just a photograph of the existing site access. You can see that there's good visibility onto the road because the curtilages are actually set back, and you can just pick out in the foreground, that's one of the drainage ditches that is referenced in the report. And in the distance, you can see the property, which is the Brook Home, and there's also the conifer hedge that particular owner has confirmed is fully within their control. Next slide, please. So that's just looking the other way in terms of the access, but obviously into the access point. But obviously it's surrounding agricultural fields, and you can see one of the houses quite substantial on the other side of the road. Next slide, please. So this is just the access road. You can see the ditch there in full use as well in terms of holding water currently. And the white building there is one of the buildings that's proposed for conversion. So it's obviously a very substantial and well-built structure. So relatively speaking, very limited external alterations are required to facilitate its conversion. Next slide, please. So that's just another shot showing the other block, really. Again, very similar construction, and you can see, it's broken down into the individual pens, stables, etc. So they're the structures that are proposed for conversion. Next slide, please. That's just a view back. So within this grassed area in the foreground is essentially where the access arrangements for these properties would take place. So there'd still be a large area given over to landscaping, but there would be new driveways and hard standing formed for parking. And the wooden buildings that you can see, they would be removed, as would some other structures from the site. There's some metal cages, for example. Next slide, please. So that's just a view back towards the main road. Next slide, please. And this was to the back of the properties, so this would become the sort of private amenity area for two of the buildings. This is the larger one that essentially gets split in half. Next slide, please. And that's just a closer view. You can see on this picture, this is where the neighbour's hedge stops, and then it's sort of just this rail fence. So as part of the proposals, the intention is to beef up that boundary with some hedge planting, just to provide the future occupiers with some more privacy relative to the existing situation. Next slide, please. And that's just a view back. So, next slide, please. So this is the layout that's in terms of the conversion proposals. So it'd seek to utilise the existing access point. Hopefully you can work out that there are two passing places proposed as part of improvement works. And I mentioned the photo shows that there's no issues regarding visibility displays, and they're sort of well catered for. Within the conversion itself, as I mentioned, requires very little external alterations. The main changes that would be noticeable is the formation of the various hard standings for access and parking. and you can see them arranged there. And the building on the left-hand side of this picture is the one that just gets split into a single structure, single property. Next slide, please. So these are the existing elevations, and you can just see internally it's divided into individual pens with a central gap that would now be proposed to be converted into a garage. So if we just move on to the next slide, please. So there's a lot of elevations there, but essentially the proposals just seek to utilize primarily the existing openings. There are a limited number of new ones that are formed, but primarily it's just utilizing what's there and changing what are currently solid, stable type doors to windows or a door. But it's largely utilizing what's there. And as I mentioned, that central feature in the middle of the larger unit would become a garage. Next slide, please. So in terms of the conversions, essentially they're obviously laid out over a single floor. It's level access is achieved. Each of the units would provide 3 beds worth of accommodation. They far exceed space standard requirements, so we've no concerns in that respect. And you'll see from the report, although there's no specific accessibility requirements, because these are just laid out over a ground floor and there's level access, we think these will be suitable for assisted living purposes if need be. Certainly they could be very easily adapted to make them suitable. Next slide, please. So I think that's just back to the layout application, layout plan. You'll see from the report there's concerns referenced about drainage in particular and access arrangements. Obviously, it's recommended for approval. The proposals, we've got high flood risk management colleagues on standby to answer specific questions on any drainage issues, because I'm sure Councillor Dobson in particular will speak to those, so I won't say any more on that now. And obviously in terms of the access arrangements, we recognise that that's a right of way and it's used by other users, but we don't feel that the change of use results in an intensification that's harmful or dangerous in any way. And combined with the passing places, we think that there's not necessarily any conflict there. So it's recommended for approval, and that's all I've got to say at the minute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again, David, for your presentation. Okay, so we have speakers present who are speaking in objection to the application. Councillor Dobson and Mr. Brian Bartle. Have you decided how you're going to split the time? You've got 4 minutes between you. And before you do that, or you could address it when you both introduce yourselves so that you're not wasting time on introduction. So if Councillor Dobson wants to introduce himself first and maybe comment on how you've decided to split the time. Councillor Dobson.
Good afternoon, Chair. My points are very specific around some of the previous drainage issues and the issues that I believe are ongoing. So I'll be focusing strictly on those, and I would not wish to take up more than 2 minutes of panel's time.
Just want to introduce yourself, your ward representation and the like, your interest.
Beg your pardon, Chair. I'm Councillor Mark Dobson. I represent the Garforth and Swillington ward.
Thank you. Mr. Bartle, do you want to introduce yourself, and are you happy with the 2 minutes?
I am indeed. Can you hear me first and foremost?
We can, yeah.
Yeah, good. A bit new to this. I'm Brian Bartle, representing the Verity family as objectors, and I will follow up Councillor Dobson and allude potentially, in addition to his comments on drainage, but on other matters besides.
Thank you, and welcome to you as well. So Councillor Dobson, when you're ready, the clock will start when you start speaking.
Thank you again, Chair. I know this area particularly well, and I know the area well because for the last 7-8 years I've been involved with the aftermath of a previous planning application on the other side of Swillington Lane from the people I'm speaking for today, Mr. and Mrs. Fox. That particular application was passed by panel, and it was passed in such a way that the foul drainage, the foul water and the freshwater runoff from the property went into a dike, actually through the Fox's culvert and then into the dike. It's a small dike, it's not large in structure at all, and I think over the years there's been an anticipation that every development that happens at that location, well, the dike will take away the water issues. The dike already serves the main road in terms of surface water, foul water from existing and properties that have been passed in more recent times, and also foul substances as well. And really and truly, it's fair to say, Chair, that the dike isn't really fit for purpose. I've done a lot of work with a very excellent officer called Barry Taylor in recent years to improve drainage of that location, and with highways officers to try and alleviate some of the problems from the previous planning application that was passed. But I think the assumption that water, fresh water, runoff water, foul water can just simply go through that existing dike when we've had 7-8 years of problems from the previous application simply isn't sustainable. Actually, in terms of the development, I think it's a rather nice development. I think it's a rather decent improvement, but I've got a real issue about the drainage arrangements because I simply do not believe that at that location, the dike in question can take any more. Certainly in times of flooding, and it's obviously, you know, we are a flood area. In times of heavy rain and flooding, Swillington Lane is completely engulfed, and it does have a massive impact on a dike that simply can't cope. This won't help matters, Chair. Am I within time? Have I been a good boy for once?
I think I've not heard anything from...
No, there was a 2-minute
I heard a
just
time
now.
bell. I thought I did.
Yes, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dobson. So we move on to Mr. Bartle. So again, when you're ready, Mr. Bartle, in your own time, the clock will start when you start speaking. Thank you.
This application on the matter of the procedure, there is no record of the required ownership certificate having been served on the family, and I'd ask the officers to note that. On the matter of drainage, yes, it is of considerable concern, and as yet there is no consent for a discharge, and the actual submission by the applicant was to the effect that they would have a pumped scheme. That is not appropriate at all. The evidence is on site of filthy black stinking water, and that is no way to carry on, and certainly not in respect of modern day requirements for health and safety. I require that your office should revisit the whole matter of this drainage and fully support the concerns that Councillor Dobson has raised. The officer has assumed the structural integrity of these buildings, built initially as pigsties, and I have to say that the evidence on the ground is of significant foundation failure and serious cracking evident. I think the officer has maybe misdirected you or the committee in respect to this, and that a professional structural engineer's report is required. And from that perspective, I think the matter should be deferred, if nothing else. Access is as narrow as you saw on your slide, and is likely to be an ongoing issue. As to the proposed conditions to be imposed, previously condition 5 suggested requiring the highway improvements to be produced before the use of the property. I think that condition needs rewriting or revisiting, and that any condition should be that the highway improvements are put into effect before any use takes place, including for construction traffic. The simple request is that this matter is either refused or deferred, awaiting these further submissions. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I think I actually heard the sound there, perfectly timed, if that's right, or if that's someone's kettle boiling, I don't know. But
No, it was the timer, Chair, yes.
excellent. Right, well, good work, both of you there, going to time. And we move straight into members' questions to our speakers. So I think Councillor Collins was very early with a raised hand, so do go ahead, Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. It's a question for Councillor Dobson, really. I'm trying to visualise this dike. Could you explain to us where it is, what it is it open? Because I'm concerned that you're saying it's got foul water going into it. I just assumed that an open dike would only have runoff water going into it. So can you give us a little bit more detail behind that, please, Mark? I think it'll help.
Yeah, certainly in terms of my previous visits to the premises in question for the family I've been supporting, which is Mr. and Mrs. Fox, they had an issue with a development on the other side of Swillington Lane that fed foul water into a culvert arrangement on their property, a drain in effect under their land that then ran through the back of their land, sort of diagonal to the premises and then down into an open dike arrangement. Now, I mean, these are ancient historic arrangements, and one could argue that they've served people living in semi-rural environment well for centuries. But of course, the difference nowadays is that as the more we're building in this location, the dike simply can't cope. So I wouldn't actually question the integrity of the arrangements, even though Mr. Barkle said, you know, in terms of 21st century standards, it wouldn't be deemed as ideal. These are historic arrangements that have previously worked. The issue, of course, is around capacity, and the capacity issue has been twofold. I've had the unfortunate experience of having Mr. Fox lift the drain to show me the contents, if you wish, of the drainage arrangements, and at certain times they are overused, which means that the foul substances are backed up. They've backed up the drain arrangement and actually out onto Swillington Lane, and I've seen that on several occasions. So to add a further 3 properties that would add to that arrangement probably, in my opinion, wouldn't really be a good idea. The other issue, of course, is the actual contour and topography of the land on Swillington Lane. It is, of course, historic. There's not a great deal the council can do in terms of that, although, to be fair, I've referenced Barry Taylor already, who's done a great deal of work around surface water and flood alleviation. But to add more hard-standing properties to a location that already floods significantly in these events, I mean, poor Mr. and Mrs. Fox, they've got a beautiful home, and at the height of a flood event, you basically see their house change colour because the white of the walls becomes a muddy, browny grey colour as people try and get across Swillington Lane and end up absolutely showered in their house. I've seen that several times over. Now, that's just a side issue. The real issue is the fact that at certain times on Swillington Lane in high flood episodes, the road is simply unusable because the dike can't cope. So I think the point is to add 3 more properties and ask the dike to cope further is probably an arrangement too far. Now, I've no skin in the game, frankly, in terms of this development. I have no real issue at all with the dwellings, but I do think it's incumbent upon plans based on previous experience with the previous planning application to really get this right, because actually it's tied up officer time for 7-8 years, it's tied up planning time, and it's cost the local authority a great deal of time and effort and money to address some of the arrangements from the previous application. So maybe my recommendation to panel would be really very, very specific about the drainage and make sure that we are 100% satisfied that we're asking an ancient historic system to cope.
Thank you. Councillor Collins, do you want to come back?
No, I'm happy with that, Chair. I think this prompted some questions I'll raise with officers in a little while.
Thank you. Councillor Midgley next.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I was Councillor Dobson's kindly covered off some of my questioning. It was about the impacts really on local residents, and how frequent that was, the flooding was, and does it have impact on transport in the area itself? Does it close a road off for periods of time, so that it's not just affecting local residents but people passing through the area? Thank you.
Is that one for me, Chair?
Well, either of you can take these, Councillor Dobson. So
I'm
you
happy.
can both,
I'm happy for Mr. Bartle to speak. Obviously, I've had quite a go at it. I'm happy for my fellow objector to have a word.
Mr. Bartle, you want to take the floor?
Yes, members. The position is that the highway network, the public highway network, would not be interfered with, but significantly the track to the proposal is not in any way wide. It's a footpath, and there are effectively will be conflicts on that road on a number of occasions, and certainly with the ditch on one side, it's not a safe place to be. That does need looking at fairly carefully.
Okay, are you happy with that, Councillor Midgley?
Yeah, I just wondered how frequently it was as well. Is it every time it rains, or is it just periods of when it's really heavy rain? Is it something that happens on a very frequent basis? Thank you.
I'm happy to address that, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Midgley. Since 2007, we've had 9 significant flood episodes at that location. They've actually stopped the Swillington Lane itself from functioning full stop. But equally, we've had some significant events where there's been delays on the road because, quite simply, the drainage system is ancient. So we've had 9 serious events, and 7 of those have actually been citywide events, not least Boxing Day a few years ago. Horrendous situations, but we do tend to fall between the major blockage on Swillington Lane, where it's simply inaccessible for hours on end until the ancient drainage system copes. But we've also had a lot of minor events, which has been obviously inconvenient. And I refer to the Foxes a lot because there's such a long-suffering family around drainage issues at this location and highways issues. They, unfortunately, live in the area right outside on Swillington Lane, where the water kind of plateaus and sits until this antiquated drainage system deals with it. So it is an inconvenience to the residents, it's an inconvenience to other road users, and in a major event, it has caused, obviously, a full blockage of that road at a time when, frankly, if you're coming north out of Swillington towards Garforth and beyond, apart from the A642, it's your only legitimate access route onto the Selby Road, the A63.
Thank you.
Okay.
I make the point.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, that the recommendation so far in the applicant's statement is that the system is pumped, which is completely contrary to the normal physical arrangements, because obviously if you're pumping, it affects the natural gravity feed, which is already suspect. So it's not going to be any better for having a pump system. It's going to be worse. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Smith, then Councillor Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I just wondered, is there any kind of Yorkshire water drainage along that stretch at all? It sounds to me like it's all farm ditches, which are historic, and there doesn't appear to be anything that Yorkshire Water would take away. So I just wondered, Mark, I know you're a bit of an expert by the sounds of this on what's happening there. Are you aware of anything, please?
My honest answer to that, Councillor Smith, is that I believe there are some surface water drainage arrangements on Swillington Lane, certainly further down Swillington Lane and certainly further up. But I think at this particular location, the problem is because we've been so reliant on this historic dike drainage arrangement, there's limited scope there. Now, if memory serves, again, I keep quoting this fabulous officer who's been an inspiration, Barry Taylor. He's worked to get extra drainage in at that location. He's worked extensively with Yorkshire Water, but it isn't it's not really within the curtilage of the area that we're considering, unfortunately. So in terms of Swillington Lane per se, there has been real improvements led by the council, I'm pleased to say. But at this particular location, and I think the proof of the pudding is in the eating, because we are relying again on this dike as the source of fresh and foul water removal, that we've not really moved forward in that regard sufficiently for me to support the application.
So the Chair, the immediate answer is there are no Yorkshire Water facilities in the vicinity.
Okay, thanks for that. Are you happy with that, Councillor Smith?
I am, Chair. Yeah, I'll come back on officers with that.
Okay, Councillor Collins, did you want to come back?
No, Chair, it was an accident. Thank you.
Right. Any more questions? Mr. Quinlan, you've got your hand up, but you're not asking questions. It's for members to ask questions. You'll get your opportunity to speak when members have finished, and you'll get your 4 minutes. Okay. So just a question from me to Mr. Bartle and Councillor Dobson. In the report on page 34, bullet point 7, there's a discussion about upgrading, or a commitment to upgrade an existing biodisc treatment plant, which they say will cater for increased demand. Are you aware of such a treatment plant at all? And do you think that will be effective?
I am aware of the treatment plant, but I'm also conscious of the fact that it isn't the treatment plant that's the problem, it's the discharge from the treatment plant. The treatment plant can operate within the site, but you've then got to find an outfall, and currently there isn't one available other than the one which is already severely contaminated.
Mr. Bartle makes the exact point. I've seen these before, obviously representing a semi-rural ward where treatment plants have been put in place on the premises as a planning consent. Planning's been passed, but then of course Barrowby Lane is a prime example where then we've had massive issues discharging the substances that is effectively treated. Now obviously treated substances are better than untreated, but it's still got to go somewhere. And that's the fundamental issue, in my opinion, panel.
Okay, thanks for that. Any more final questions from members? No. Oh, Councillor Smith, your hand's up.
Apologies, Chair, I'll take it down. It was from before.
Fair enough. Okay, well, thank you to Councillor Dobson and Mr. Bartle for answering those questions and your presentation. That's your contribution finished to today's afternoon, this afternoon's meeting. So thanks once again, and I just ask that you remain quiet for the rest of the meeting. And I will move on to Mr. Quinlan, who will be speaking. I don't think Mr. Raddins, had a call, Mr. Raddins might be with us, but I don't think he's on the line. But anyway, Mr. Quinlan's going to be speaking. So Mr. Quinlan, you can introduce yourself in a sentence or two initially, and then do start your presentation once that's done.
Chair, can I just interrupt a moment?
Oh, sorry, yeah, let's hear from Debbie.
Sorry, Councillor Ron Graham is actually, he's having some IT issues, but he is trying to get back into the meeting. I just thought I'd let you know.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Quinlan.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Well, can you hear me, Chair? Introduce yourself first, please, before we start.
Yes. Yeah, my name is Francis Quinlan. I've lived on Swillington Lane about 35 years. I built the properties, both the houses and stables, and are fully familiar with all the drainage systems that's there. And
okay, so that's your introduction. Thank you. So when you're ready, we'll start your presentation proper, and Pam will start the clock. And just a reminder, you've got 4 minutes to speak. And so if the beep goes, I'll just ask that you finish the sentence that you're on. Okay, when you're ready. Thank you.
The problem goes back to 2017, just after I got planning permission for the stables in the first instance for change of use. This was when the property at Hollow Drift and Holland Home were built at similar times. Holland Home was, instead of it being reformed, was pulled down by accident, I think, and they interfered with the drainage. Holland Drift, sorry, I'm looking sideways, collapsed the main drainage system there, the culvert, and that is where the problem started. When the chappie there, the builder built the house, he pulled the culverts out and caused the water to pile up there. That was carried on with Holland Home, who went into the old drainage system with a new house and didn't put in the proper set requirements, which I think now is mechanical type cesspits, if you like. Mine is, sorry, keeping on the drainage. I have a separate drain which has a manhole outside Fox Cottage, which is, as you look at the house, to the left of the house, there is a manhole, and that manhole there takes the water from the field through into that manhole under my land, through by the gateway of my drive and down the side of my edges, my hedgerow. So in no way does it foul that dike. The type of biodisc that I've got has never had no discharge from it for probably 3 or 4 years. This can be proven if one of your inspectors had come across and asked me if he could look at my biodisc. Nobody has ever involved me with any of these problems, and I've had no say in them, and nor have I took any interest in them, because as far as I was concerned, all the problems of the fowl were being caused by the properties that have been built over the road. Yes, I will admit that Farm Cottage has had a drainage system there, but that was because the culvert was dropped on the other side of the road. And I think most people know about that. As I say, the drainage that I can use, all the drainage will be a biodiscs, and they all the fowl, they take the water and drain it through various chambers, and the company states who manufacture this that you can virtually drink the water when it comes through the exit valve as and when it's required. But as I say, I can't remember the last time that any water discharged from that biodisc of mine into anybody's drains. But I would like to finish off by saying that prior to me going for replanning permission for this, the change of use again, I did ask Mr. Verity to come down, and I kept him quite in the picture with what I was proposing to do, and he was quite willing to work with me and let me use his dike if necessary. It wasn't until they had all the problem with the 2 properties, Holland Home and Hollandine, that the pipe system caused any problem. And in fact, Mr. Fox drained his fowl into my drain, which is, once again, it's because his drainage system is not adequate for his house. He should be having a biodisc in there, not a cesspit.
Okay, that's your 4 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Quinlan. That's your 4 minutes.
It's my first time, so I'm not familiar with it. So
No,
I'm a little bit nervous.
well. Thank you. You did very well.
Thank you.
And members have now got an opportunity to ask you questions and try and perhaps develop some of the themes that you mentioned. So I did see Councillor Collins, first of all.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, just to the gentleman who's joined us, our officers have said in their report that water drainage, water runoff from these properties goes into field drainage systems. Now, I'm aware that field drainage systems do actually need to be maintained. So who owns the fields that your water drainage goes into? And how will you going to ensure that in the future they're maintained so that they can cope with the runoff? Yep.
I believe that when we put them in, there were several land drains put into my land to soak away the water off the driveway. This can be seen because there's clearly a dry patch where the water is seeping into the land drains. Going back 30, 40 years, in the centre of that land was a pond, and that's why we had to drain that land off, and that went down the existing pipe system.
Right. Can I come back, Chair?
Of course.
Yeah, but these drains need maintaining. They don't last forever, even if you use the plastic piping, the porous piping. So if these 3 properties are developed and then sold separately to where the drainage is, how are you going to ensure that those properties don't experience the problems that your neighbours over the road do? What's the working relationship going to be between you as the landowner with the drain and the new property owners?
No, well, the new pipe system will be installed between the 2 stable blocks. They won't just drain off them. There'll be a new drainage system introduced, as there will be the biodiscs. There'll be 1 or 2 new biodiscs introduced, which will go, somewhere where the architect has put them. I haven't got a detailed layout, but the land has never been a problem with draining. And I've never had a problem. I've never had the problem.
No, but those 3 properties haven't been houses before. So as they're houses, even if you've got the biodiscs, you're not evaporating all the water. The water isn't, you're not keeping it on the site until it evaporates. You're filtering the water, and then that clean water is going somewhere else off site. So I'm trying to understand, where is it going off site, and who's going to maintain the off site system?
Well, I've been there 30 years and I've never had a problem with it. And the drainage drains down the side of the fence into a pipe and into the field at the bottom, into the quarry.
And will that be in the curtilage of the house, one of the houses that you'll be selling?
Sorry, I missed that one.
So the ditch that's at the side of the road at the moment, will that become the property of one of the new homes?
No.
So how?
No, it runs underneath my fence. It runs down the side of my boundary.
So how? So what will the arrangement be in the future between you and the new house owner regarding keeping those ditches and those drainage clear?
It's not a ditch. It's a 12-inch pipe. And it's a land drain which is designed to last, years. That one of mine.
But where does it actually come out? Does it come out into a sewage system, or does it come out into a soakaway?
The surface water goes into a soakaway.
Right, but soakaways need maintaining because they do fill and they do silt up. So who will be responsible for that in the future?
Well, that'll be something that we have to sort out. But I've never had the problem, and the problem's never been written before, because the water has always took its own way away. But I go back to what I said earlier on. When I went for the planning permission again with Mr. Verity, he was quite willing to allow me to go into his dike if necessary, and that's what I'm saying. If necessary, what it needs is an inspection of my chamber to prove what I'm saying.
Okay, no, that's fine, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. The order on my system is Councillor Smith and Councillor Jenkins next.
Thank you, Chair. I'm confused with this biodisc. Sorry, I'm not at all familiar with them. I kind of get the concept So you'll have to bear with me, and I'm sorry about that, Mr. Quinlan. But
no
you've said that you've never had any discharge from your own personal biodisc system. So where does that water, I mean, what happens to it? Where does it go?
It gets emptied every year.
Right, okay, so presumably a tanker comes and sucks it out then? Yeah.
So what we've got, do you want to know what kind of a machine it is? It's a machine that works 24 hours a day, that breaks all the foul up and turns it all the foul up and turns it into slurry. The slurry then goes to the bottom of the biodisc, and it sits in the bottom until it eventually needs emptying. But that is probably once a year. The machine is serviced every year, and like I say, I haven't seen any water from the overspill go into anybody's field since I put it in. And the proof's in the pudding, because if we lift the lid up, you'll see that there's cobwebs all around the outlet, and there has been for years.
Okay, thank you. And do you think another one or two of these will be sufficient to deal with 3 more properties?
No, well, yes, because what we'll do is the one that I put in was for 2 houses, because when I first got planning permission, I had planning permission for 2 detached houses, and I never built the second one. So the disc that I've got in there is ample. The biodisc that will go into design to take the 3 houses will be designed by biodisc specifically to take all the drainage from them 3 properties. So it'll be a bigger biodisc, which is planted in the garden.
Thank you. Anything else, Councillor Smith?
No, thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Collins has covered off the other question I had. Thank you.
Okay, so it's Councillor Jenkins next, and I know Councillor Collins' hand is still up, and she seems to be talking, but is she on the phone? Anyway, Councillor Jenkins.
Yeah, I find it a bit confusing from the first objector's assessment of the situation. So one question is, what happens when there's flooding? And there's obviously flooding on Swillington Lane. Does that affect your premises at all? And secondly, no, sorry, and then the second question is, if Mr. Verity's sewage or excess water comes into your drains, have you tried to sort that out?
First of all, we never had any problems or serious problems until the property was built called Hollow Drift, when he collapsed the culvert. That was when the problem started. Leeds City Council and everybody else has been up and tried to sort that out. And then that compounded it when they built Holling Home, who accidentally knocked the house down that it should have been converting and went into the same drains and sent the foul down through the dike, and that is the foul that you can see. And that is the foul from Hollydon. As regards my rainwater going into John's Dyke, none of my rainwater goes into John's Dyke, and I've never had any problems with it. Sorry, what was your second question?
Sorry, it was Mr. Verity's water coming into you?
No, not at all. Never has done.
Okay, anything else?
That's fine. That's fine.
Any other questions for Mr. Quinlan? No, don't forget to lower your hand, Councillor Jenkins, if you're done. Right, well, thank you, Mr. Quinlan, again, for your presentation, answering those questions, and certainly explaining the biodisc treatment has been an education for us all, I'm sure. So thanks for that. You're finished now in terms of contributing to the meeting, so please do mute your mic and take no further part, if that's okay, as the objectors have respected that too.
Could I say one more thing?
Not really, no, that's you finished,
right.
Mr. Quinlan. Okay,
right.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
So we'll move on
Thank
to,
you.
You're welcome. You'll move on to questions for officers. So I'll look for hands from members. And I see Councillor Collins first of all, then Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair. My apologies for being on the phone for a few minutes. I'm afraid we've just received some bad news. I don't think I'd like the officers to explain what is going on with this drainage. I think I managed to listen with both ears and understand that this biodisc is a bit like a septic tank and is emptied separately. So there shouldn't be any water coming out of that to go into any system. But it does say in the report that the field drainage system will be used for surface water runoff. And I am concerned that field drainage systems do block up, they do silt up, and I don't see how we can rely on somebody else's land and somebody else's property to sort this problem out unless there's some formal agreement. Thank you, Chair. So.
Okay, is that going to be flood risk management? Are we going to pick that up?
Chair, just before flood risk management come in, I'm just wondering if it's worth bringing up the location plan, because
Yes,
members have got that in their pack,
Yes,
and then Magda probably can talk to slide 47. It is, and that might just help people understand where we're talking about.
And
it might also, sorry, Chair.
Well, just to clarify, the ditch/dike, is that the one on page 50 of our presentation?
Yes, that goes down.
Well, that's a different page 50 than my page 50, actually.
Yeah, sorry, there's been 2 slides added, so it will be 52.
Yeah, that's the ditch.
That's the ditch. Ooh.
Yeah. So is that
Yeah, if you show the first plan that you that with the map basically of the site, yes, that would be interesting. Now I think what I should make clear to the councillors in particular is that there are basically 2 issues here. One is the issue of the flooding, the problem on the road, which is Swillington Lane itself, and the other is in terms of what we are looking for, what happens for the drainage, both foul and surface water, for the development itself. Now, I acknowledge that there are problems in the drainage problems in Swillington Lane itself, simply because, as Councillor Dobson pointed out, there's an old historic system that's there, and people who should be probably not having an overflow from their foul septic tank, they have had connection to that system. There isn't any Yorkshire water system on Swillington Road in that area either. And there are just, I think, 2 highway gullies, which basically try to collect the runoff that comes. This is basically a low point in the road, actually. And these 2 highway gullies try to collect the runoff and take it into that same historic system. It goes into a manhole in the road and goes across the road and comes into that dike that he refers to as the dike, which curves down and run along the left side of the property, basically. So yes, there are problems there, and our officers have been dealing with trying to solve it partially for quite some time. And Barry did come in and actually did something that helped there. Now, all of that, as you said, goes into the water course that runs along the left side of the property. Now, that's one issue. However, for the development of this site, they have said that they are going to be putting in, let's look at the foul first. For the foul, they're going to be using that biodisc system. Now, these are actually designed, as a matter of fact, you will tell the manufacturers that you are catering for, say, a property to a particular property, the size of the property, how many dwellings, how many rooms, and there are standards that tells you how much runoff you will expect from the foul system for such and such a house. So as he said, the initial one was designed for 2 houses. Now that they're going to be having 3 set of houses, they have to add to that? Well, basically change the whole system and put in a new one to cater for the runoff, the foul runoff from all the new developments. Now, the truth of the matter is that these, as I said, there are lots of specifications and ground rules, and as a matter of fact, legal things associated with the sizing of this, what you can do, what you can put on your site. Of course, these are all for domestic residences. And there are also restrictions as to what discharges could leave that site. Anything greater than 5 cubic meters per day, leaving any of these, whether it was sized for 1 house, 5 houses, or 15 houses, it doesn't matter. The law says, and that's from 2015, where the Environment Agency has the binding rules. It says that you should not discharge, with all the treatment and everything of the foul, no more than 5 cubic meters per day should leave that. Now, the truth of the matter, 5 cubic meters leaving a proper, well-designed system would happen for a larger, meaning for more houses. For something as small as this, you wouldn't really actually get 5 cubic meters per day discharge from that. So this could legally, as I said, discharge 5 cubic meters per day into the nearby water course. Anything more than that, they'll be prosecuted by the Environment Agency. Now, as he said, in using the present one that he hasn't had much discharge from it, and I could understand that, and I'm still not expecting too much more, even with the addition. And that takes care of the foul. Now, the other thing about it, the discharge from, if there's any discharge from that, it will be coming down lower downstream, meaning closer to where you have the grey house. It will be discharging at that point. So that will have absolutely no impact of what is happening further upstream outside on Swillington Lane. So that is, my explanation of what happens in terms of the foul. In terms of the surface water, they have indicated that the existing buildings, the 2 existing buildings, are now drained according to a new plan that they have sent to soakaways, and it will continue to do that. Now, of course, we will want to see those details because we, as the council, are expected to keep records of, those sort of drainage system and how so that in future we could inform new owners of what is happening there. Our concern, they are, however, going to be, 1, putting in those lay-bys or passing on the road, and 2, they are going to use up a lot of the green spaces in front of the buildings to put in access to the houses and parking. Obviously, they indicated that they're going to use some sustainable drainage method, meaning porous paving or whatever. We have, however, asked that we still wanted to see infiltration testing just to see how efficient that will be or how it would work. Because if it doesn't work if the results show that it would not work as they expect, we will still encourage the use of it, but we will have some sort of so it will act as like a big storage area and have some small controlled discharge from it, possibly to the watercourse. As I said, all of that is downstream of all the problems that exist at present on Swillington Lane. So there should be no impact either to the people on the cottage farm or otherwise directly in relation to the development of this particular site. Did I explain that enough for everybody, or?
Chair, Chair, can I just check one thing?
Can, of course, yeah.
Yeah. Magda, you said a proposal regarding more soakaways. Are those soakaways within the red line boundary, or are they in the adjacent fields?
Yeah. The soakaways, they have said, is for draining the existing building within the red line boundary.
Lovely, thank you very much.
Thank you. And I think that was an excellent explanation. So thank you for that. I've got, and the order I see them on my screen is Councillor Smith and Councillor Nash. So go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. Really, it's just have they don't have any drains in the area.
Cut
But
off
I
there,
see.
Councillor Smith. Will you just start again? You got
Sorry.
cut off. Yeah.
Yeah, we didn't hear all of it. Thanks.
Sorry. I just wondered whether anybody had consulted. I mean, I can see on the people who've been consulted on this, Yorkshire Water wasn't among the list. So I realise they don't have any drainage in the area, but has anybody approached them to see if they are able to install any fixed drainage at all? I note that there's been a damaged culvert, which appears to have started a lot of the problems off, and with the additional development, that won't have helped at all. So I just wondered, would Yorkshire Water, well, would anybody consider approaching Yorkshire Water to ask them if they can actually put in any fixed drainage? Would that solve the problem altogether?
Shall I answer, Chair, please?
Yes, please. Yeah.
Yes. Right. We have actually written over the years, because as Councillor Dobson did point out, quite a lot of things this has been going on for quite some time. We have actually written quite a few letters to Yorkshire Water asking about, as a matter of fact, we were thinking that with the change in the law in 2011, that the drain into which the overflow from the foul goes into, we were trying to convince Yorkshire Water that should now be adopted as a foul sewer. They have actually said the only response we have ever gotten from them is that it is with their legal department. And as a matter of fact, they have said, without not writing it, but saying to us that just because there's an overflow from the foul into a watercourse, that overflow may have been illegal. That doesn't make it a foul sewer. But anyway, it is with their legal people, so they are not giving us any written responses. So that, as I said, we have been trying to follow up on that for some time. And in the other part of your question where you talk about the damaged drain and all that, we have actually, our people haven't gone out there, discovered all of that. And that is eventually why Barry came in to do some, well, try and solve the problem by connecting from the manholes in the road in Swillington Lane to connect it actually to the watercourse, take it over to the watercourse, so you have some relief to help the situation to at least relieve some of the flooding on Swillington Lane.
Okay, thank you. Is that okay, Councillor Smith?
Yeah, that's fine, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Nash.
Yes, something rather different. I think it was Mr. Bartley who said that a structural engineer's report is required because the foundations of these properties are not stable, or words to that effect. Can we stipulate that, or is that really up to the applicant to do?
I'll answer that, Chair, if that's okay. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, policy GB4 is sort of one of the main policies that we look to in these change of use type applications in the Greenbelt. One of you'll see from the report at paragraph 43, one of the requirements is about generally sound physical condition. Now, historically, when we used to deal with these with a slightly different policy regime, particularly with, you know, as you'd expect, some of the agricultural buildings are very old. We did used to insist on that, but it's not necessarily seen as a requirement nowadays. And we come to a view really as to having a look at those particular properties, buildings in question. Are they reasonably in a physical sound condition? So we don't undertake or require them to undertake such surveys there. And what I would say is, compared to a number of buildings that have been allowed to be converted, these, you know, look pretty solid in that respect. So even if there's some potential issues regarding foundations, then you'd expect something as simple as some underpinning would resolve that, which wouldn't have any bigger implications in terms of Greenbelt policy, for example.
Is that okay, Councillor Nash, or do you want to come back?
Yes, that's okay. All I'll say is that underpinning is a very expensive business. That's all.
Thank you. Councillor Jenkins next.
Yeah, just two things really. One, it seems to me that there are two separate issues. One, the Swillington Lane flooding, and one, the application. So can we just confirm that that is so, and that essentially, Magda, maybe that the two issues are separate and not interconnected largely, or. And then the second thing is that why are Yorkshire Water taking so long to respond? I mean, can our legal department write to Yorkshire Water demanding a response within 14 days? How long has it gone on for?
Oh, more than a year. Shall I respond, please?
Yes, please, Magna.
Yes. Yeah. I suppose the first part about Yorkshire Water is they have no legal requirement basically to adopt this, and they know it. So saying it is in the legal team is probably just an easy way to dismiss us effectively, because well, I should mention that we have also had legal advice on what could happen, and it's our legal advisors who have said that basically, if Yorkshire Water takes it on, it will be goodwill. Not, they don't have any legal responsibility, because the law doesn't really make them responsible just because somebody has been putting foul into a drainage system. That does not make it a public sewer. It doesn't make it a Yorkshire Water sewer. So as I said, we have written them about 3 times, but we haven't, and that's about two years ago, more than 2 years ago. But we have just haven't had our response from our legal people. We haven't bothered we haven't followed up or bothered Yorkshire Water any further, because we know that technically they don't have to do anything. In terms of the question about the 2 separate issues, yes, they are 2 separate issues, and I think we need to recognize that we recognize that there are problems on Swillington Lane. We have put in a sort of a temporary solution. About 2 years ago, our colleague have looked at something akin to a permanent solution, and at that point in time, we had a sort of a ballpark figure of over £50,000. Needless to say, our highway maintenance, no flood risk management didn't have the budget, or couldn't look at that because we had no remit to do those additional works. So that was just sort of shelved, and nothing specific has happened since. Just the temporary solution that Barry has put in based on discussions we have had in terms of how we could relieve the situation, and he has put in that temporary solution. But in terms of the specific planning application, that is downstream of everything. So of course the overflow comes in where it curves, where the water course curves, that connection, and everything comes in there. But for the site itself, everything is downstream of that, and it's not impacting on the Swillington directly. The only concern I will have with regards to the site is the access, in terms of when they widen the access, how they drain that improved road, etc. But all of that we could talk about. We could agree with the developer.
Thank you again, Magda. Is that okay for you, Councillor Jenkins?
Fine.
I've got Councillor Midgley. Councillor Nash, is that a hand up from previous?
Sorry, previous.
Your previous question, yeah?
Has that taken it off?
It has, yes. Thank you. Councillor Midgley.
Thank you, Chair. I was just looking at the actual recommendations, and one of them, recommendation 4, requires details of service water drainage works. If there are any issues with those proposed works, would there be a condition to get those rectified and addressed before any work commenced?
Definitely, because we have also asked for infiltration testing. That way we will verify or find out a lot about the workings of the existing soakaways that is draining the site. But in addition, they are creating additional hard standing areas with the access and the parking. So we definitely want to know how those will be drained, and the infiltration testing will give us an idea of where we could go with this. but it is a drainage solution can be found and definitely could work forward in this situation.
Okay, Councillor, is that okay, Councillor Midgley?
It is. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Collins?
Thank you, Chair. I've just pulled up the definitive rights of way map because I think Mr. Bartle mentioned that. It does look like there's a public right of way along the lane that leads to these properties. Have our public rights of way team been consulted on this, please?
Yes, Councillor, they have. They raised no objection.
That's fine then, Chair. Thank you. Is that in the report? Have I missed it, or does that need adding?
It's in the report. Sorry, I just had it.
Page 36.
Yeah, 21. Paragraph 21.
Super, got it. Thank you.
Okay, are there any more questions? No, just quickly from me. Just on the conditions, Councillor Midgley mentioned condition number 4, and there's number 14 and number 15, which will all contribute to the control of the water flow and soak, etc. Are we confident that they're enough? Obviously, they're only a summary, and there's always going to be detail behind those, which you wouldn't necessarily put down here. But are we confident that they'll deal with the objectors' concerns?
Yes, Chair. I think actually condition number 4 about surface and materials, we'd look to discharge that in the sense of the condition at the same time as details were provided under condition 14, and as Magda's mentioned, condition 13 ahead of them is about infiltration. So combined, we'll look to make sure that there's no conflict between any of those matters.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I'd missed number 13. Apologies. Right, one final sweep. Members' questions. I see no hands raised, so we move on to comments. So once again, just tell us how you're thinking on this application, and then we'll see what comes of it. Any comments from anybody? Councillor Jenkins and Councillor Nash.
Yeah, I think it seems fine once we recognise that there are two separate issues, and that as long as the recommendations are complied with. I'm not sure about climate change has been looked at with regard to the development of the properties, but yeah, I think I'd stick with it, and I think we're just getting a bit confused by the objectors.
Okay, thanks for that. One of the reasons that because there's only 3 units, EN1 and EN2 doesn't kick in at the moment under our policy, but that's something that we've certainly asked to look at in the local plan review. So that's why it wouldn't be covered under the report. But obviously, I think we've always said before, we always encourage applicants to meet or even exceed those. So that's the position on that. Councillor Nash.
Well, clearly there is a problem on Swillington Lane with foul and surface water flooding the area. But having listened to all the comments and read the report, these 2 additional properties just will not make any difference to that very poor situation. So unless anyone has any contrary view, I should like to move we accept the officer recommendation and grant planning permission.
Thank you, Councillor Nash. Councillor Collins got a hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I'm happy with the the outcome of our deliberations, and also say that I think it complies with Greenbelt rules as well. So I just want to bring that back to the fore. Thank you.
Thank you, and a good point. Thank you. Any more comments? No. David, is there anything or any other officer want to add in summary just before we move to seeking a motion?
No, thank you, Chair. I think it's pretty clear, and there are no additional conditions or amendments to the recommendation which have flowed from the discussion.
Thank you, David. So, members, does anybody want to move either the recommendation or an alternative? Councillor Collins has indicated.
I already did so, Chair.
Yes, I'm happy to second Councillor Nash.
I've got it, Mark.
Councillor Nash, you did. You're right. Sorry.
Thank you, Mark.
Councillor Nash, formally moving the motion. Is that a second from Councillor Collins? Did I hear? Sorry, I was.
Yes, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll move to the vote, members, again in alphabetical order. So we're voting on the motion as proposed and seconded by Councillors Nash and Collins respectively. Councillor Anderson's not with us. So Councillor Collins, first of all.
Happy to approve, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Could I just say, Chair, I've been out of action for the last half an hour on the meeting. I cannot take part in the vote again. I want an inquiry into the way this IT is working with me. I want an inquiry. I've now missed the vote on the meeting, the second part of the meeting, Nikki. I want an inquiry into why we're having all this trouble, Leeds City councillors. I'm absolutely fed up now. I can't participate in the voting now, Chair.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. We'll pick that up. The group office should be able to look into that. We will complete the vote and then we can discuss that outside of the meeting. But I am sorry about that.
Okay, Chair. Yeah.
So Councillor Graham's ruled himself out of the vote. Councillor Jenkins.
Approved, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Midgley.
I approve, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Nash.
Approve.
Thank you. Councillor Sharp's not with us. Councillor Smith.
I approve, Chair, subject to obviously all the conditions, very stringently, please.
Thank you. And I also vote to approve the application. So, Debbie, would you just announce the decision formally, the numbers, that is?
Thank you, Chair. Members have approved the application, with 6 of them voting for it to be carried.
Thank you. So the motion's been carried as per the recommendation. I don't think, again, there's anything that anybody needs to summarise. I'd like to thank everybody for their contributions as ever, particularly Magda. It's the first time we've had you at our panel, and I think we've all learnt a lot off you, actually. So thank you very much. And I know your colleague Dorian was on standby, so that vindicates your role, doesn't it, that he didn't have to say anything. So thanks very much. Right, I'm going to suggest a 5-minute comfort break because
fucking hell.
We move on. Oh, excuse me. Right, we'll be back at 12:30. Sorry about this, but I think it's important that I give everybody the opportunity to take a comfort break and maybe stretch their legs after sitting for so long. So we're back at 12:30 sharp.
Yeah, can I just have a private minute with you, please? I've just found out one of my friends has passed away. I can stay for the next part of the meeting if you need me to be quorate, but I'm just struggling a little bit at the moment.
Can I just say that the webcast is still streaming, Chair, although we put the adjournment meeting up. Thank you.
Could I just say, will we be quorate still if I leave?
Councillor Collins, we will be quorate. We will be quorate.
We will.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd like to give my apologies that I won't be able to attend the rest of the meeting. Sorry, Chair.
Totally understand, and condolences, and I'm really sorry about that. And must have been a shock to pick that up through the meeting. So
no, appreciate that. Thanks, Kevin.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Cheers. Bye bye.
Thank you, Councillor Collins.
Have we got 5 minutes? Is that when we do back, Debbie?
Yes, I think he said past, Councillor
Did he?
Jenkins. Yes.
Okay, I got confused by it all.
Debbie, are you there, Debbie?
I am, Councillor Graham.
Did you get a message from Paulette? I rung Paulette to notify you as well. I was having problems and that.
I did.
Did you get a message?
I did,
Yes.
Councillor Graham, and I also mentioned it to the chair. He was
Oh,
aware.
did you, love? Yeah. I cannot understand how I lost it because when David was speaking, David Jones was speaking.
Can I just say, Councillor Graham, that the meeting is still running on on YouTube live. So,
Is it, love? Oh,
yeah,
right, love.
could we continue this conversation at another time?
We
Thank
can,
you.
love. Sorry about that, love. Yeah.
Thank you,
Sorry.
Councillor Graham.
Okay, love.
Okay, I make it past. Are all the members present? I've only got here we are, thank you. Who forgot? Graham.
I have 6 members present, Councillor Richer.
All right, okay.
All right, 1, 2.
We'll make a start. It's still live on YouTube, everybody. So just bear that in mind as we move on to item 9. And again, I thank people for their patience. It's been a long meeting, and we've still got this item to go through, and we'll give it the usual thorough hearing. So this is a position statement about proposed extensions and alterations of the Leeds Golf Centre. And we've got Steve Wilkinson, who's going to introduce the report. So when you're ready, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I thought I'd just start with an update to update members on changes since the publication of the report. Councillor Stevenson has reaffirmed ward members' position in relation to the proposal. He has stated that ward members' comments for the purpose of this position statement remain as printed within the officer report. This should not be interpreted as ward members agreeing with the officer report, but believing that the balance must be judged by the panel members. And then since the report was published, there's also been an additional consultation response received from the Public Rights of Way team, who object to the application as it stands and request some further information and clarification. The main concerns relate to the impact on the bridle way, which runs along School Lane across the middle of the site, and the increase in traffic impacting upon the surface of the bridle way where it is not tarmacked. They also raise concerns that sections of School Lane are also narrow with limited width to allow cars to easily pass users of the bridle way, such as horse riders and cyclists. The applicants haven't had long to reflect on these comments, but they've provided a brief response. They highlight that the increase in vehicle trips is low and has been agreed with highways officers. They also highlight that the section of School Lane which runs parallel to the development will be upgraded as part of the proposal to an adoptable standard, and I believe are also willing to discuss any further issues with the Public Rights of Way team as necessary moving forward. 3 additional representations have also been received, all in objection to the scheme. 2 of the representations are on behalf of white residents, and the others from the Ramblers Leeds group. The Ramblers Leeds group letter raises supports the concerns raised by the Council's Public Rights of Way team. The letters on behalf of the white residents supplement previous comments that we've previously received from them. And I'll just go through a couple of those points. So they raise concerns in relation to the status and content of the draft memorandum of understanding between the foundation, sports foundations, and Leeds Beckett University. Concerns are raised regarding the submitted economic benefit statements. The group are of the opinion that Leeds has sufficient hotel accommodation, and statements within the report, such as visiting golfers, are dissuaded from North Leeds due to lack of accommodation and not supported by evidence. They also don't believe the proposal will help the community as claimed. The letter also raises concerns in relation to highways, stating that School Lane is inadequate and the traffic assessment is insufficient. And then in terms of the Greenbelt impact, they don't believe that the collection of outline benefits amount to very special circumstances outweighing the Greenbelt policy. So next slide, please. I'll just start off by highlighting that this is a position statement, so it's not being considered for determination today. The purpose of the position statement is to inform members of the proposal, to report on the progress of the application and to seek member comments on the key planning issues. So in terms of the location, Leeds Golf Club is situated within the green belt between the northern edge of the main urban area of Leeds and the village of Harewood. You can see White Village just to the side of the, just to the east side of the red line boundary there, which is a small hamlet. Harrogate Road is the road in red right on the western side of the plan, and that links Leeds Grammar School to Harewood. And then going across the southern part of the red line boundary, extending east to west, that's the access there, and that's School Lane, which is also a bridle way which extends into the further countryside to the west. So next slide, please. And that's just an aerial which shows the golf course to the left, the main 18-hole golf course to the west there, and the wider area, which is you know, there's a collection of other golf courses to the east, and then open agricultural land to the north and south. Next slide, please. This plan gives an overview of the existing uses on the site. So number one, which is orange, is the existing driving range. Number two is the clubhouse building, which has previously been extended. That's towards the middle, like the white block. Number 3 and number 8 are the existing car park and the overspill area. They're kind of like shaded out grey in the middle. Number 4 is the single-storey driving range annex, which is attached to the clubhouse at the moment, extending east. Number 5 in blue is the existing 18-hole golf course, which isn't changed as part of these proposals. Number 6 is in green, and that's the existing foot golf course and half of the par 3 course. And number 7 in yellow is the remainder of the existing par 3 course. And number 10 in purple are the practice greens, which lie just in front of the clubhouse. And then I'll also add that you'll see there in the red line there's some fields to the north. They're in existing agricultural use. Next slide, please. So these are the development proposals. I'll start to the south of the red line boundary there, where you can see the lake, and that's the proposed eco lodge development. So this is for 37 eco lodge units, which is like a hotel style accommodation with associated car parking and landscaping, including the formation of lakes. Around the centre bit, so just to the north of that School Lane access road there, the clubhouse is going to be redeveloped and extended, which includes a 2-storey 30-bay driving range, and this redevelopment's on the site of existing clubhouse. In green, the foot golf course will be relocated from the south to the area in green. The yellow area, number 7, is where a new par 3 academy golf course will be going. So if you remember from the last slide, that includes a couple of those agricultural fields to the north. Number 4 in orange is a slightly realigned driving range. And then number 8 in purple is an adventure golf course. So that's just towards the centre of the map there. It's important to note that it's been submitted as a hybrid planning application. So a hybrid application is one which seeks outline permission for parts of the proposal and detailed full permission for other parts. So in terms of this permission, the eco lodge development to the south and the redeveloped clubhouse proposals, they're seeking full detailed permission for those elements, and the other elements such as the relocation of the foot golf and new golf course, they're seeking outline permission for those parts. In terms of, next slide, please. So this is the site here. So this is probably the start of a run up to the golf course on School Lane, and so you'll see the access there is a single track made highway with vegetation on either side. And next slide, please. And this is further up, where you come into the entrance of the golf course. So the existing car park's down on the right hand side there. You can just see a couple of banners in blue and white which mark the entrance. And then the existing clubhouse building is just above that hedge on the right hand side there. And the existing car park's got a separate entrance and exit point. And you should note from this picture here, you'll see that School Lane is made and tarmacked up to just beyond the existing access there, and part of the proposals would extend the tarmacking of this access road a bit further to cover where the new entrance and access points are going to be. And next slide, please. This is the existing foot golf and part of the par 3 course. So this is to the south of the School Lane, and this is where the Eco Lodge development is going to go. So an access would be created off School Lane through that hedge on the left hand side there. Next slide, please. And this is looking the opposite way, so southwest down across where the Eco Lodge development is going to go. So it undulates quite a bit of the land. Next slide, please. This is a foot golf green, if members are unaware of what one looks like. So they tend to be small artificial greens with a larger hole for a football to go in. The next slide, please. This is looking across the furthest extent of the Eco Lodge development, so towards the southwest again, and it just shows how it undulates. Next slide, please. So if you can see the blue and white sign just towards the centre right of the picture here, that's Wycridge Lane is just below there. So there's a drop in levels, but this picture just highlights the wider landscape setting really. So the golf course is within a wider area of agricultural land. Next slide, please. That's another picture looking up and showing the level differences. So that area at the end there, I believe, was a former quarry. Next slide, please. This is looking back up the other way towards the clubhouse from where the Eco Lodge development's going to be. So you can just see the end gable there of the 2-storey clubhouse. Next slide, please. And then that's another view looking towards the clubhouse, which you can just see on the left-hand side, and the existing like driving range is an annex which extends to the right, and it's mainly hidden behind that hedge at the present time. Next slide, please. This is the side of the clubhouse which faces the main golf course. As you can see, it's a 2-storey building, predominantly built of traditional stone and slate roof, and it's had some previous extensions to it. Next slide, please. And this is the side with the entrance to the golf club and the existing club shop, which is accessed from the car parking area. Next slide, please. This is the existing car park, and you can see the par 3 course extending up the hill just beyond that. Next slide, please. And then this is the other way, looking back up at the clubhouse. As I said before, the driving range is hidden behind that vegetation on the right-hand side at the moment. Next slide, please. And then this is an overspill area at present, which should be made permanent and extended further as part of the current proposals. Next slide, please. This is the second part of the par 3 course, so it slopes quite significantly upwards from right to left here, which the picture doesn't really show. Next slide, please. And then this is the existing driving range, and that slopes up the hill towards that bus, which has got an advertisement on it. Next slide, please. And then this is the opposite direction. So looking back down from the top of the hill at the clubhouse on the right, and then the driving range, which is a single-storey long structure there. And the proposed adventure golf area would go towards that bottom tree down there, which would be retained, but it'd be built around it. So there's like a wooden structure, and then the tree to the left. Next slide, please. And then this is the area of agricultural land to the north, which would be changed into the new par 3 course. So that undulates as well, and some of the properties which form part of the village are further to the east. Next slide, please. And then that's just a more in-depth overview of the Eco Lodge development and the clubhouse extensions. So you can see the Eco Lodge developments in two separate areas really. You've got the ones around the central lake to the north, and they're 2-bedroom units in pairs, and then there's a circular path, and there's I think it's a 41 space car park which is separate to the golf club car park just to the north, and there's a separate selection of eco lodges to the southwest. Some of these are 4-bed 2-storey ones. Next slide, please. This is just a cross section of some of the eco lodge areas, just to show some of the changing levels, and they've tried to build the lodges into the topography where they can, and then it shows some illustrations of what it might look like from a landscape and ecological point of view. Next slide, please. This is a close look at the elevations. This is one of the 2-bed lodges which would be around the central lake. There's a floor plan in the bottom left there. So from a design point of view, these lodges have a green roof, a mixture of timber and stone walling for the elevations, and then glaze into the front elevations. Next slide, please. And then these are some of the larger 4-bed units, which are 2-storey, and they incorporate the same green roofs. Next slide, please. These are the redeveloped clubhouse proposals. So that top image, section AA, would be the view you would get if you looked across the car park at the moment. So where the existing entrance is to the clubhouse and the club shop, that's the view you get there. Next slide, please. And then these are the other elevations. So you can see it's a 3-storey building in part. There is also some basement accommodation, and then if you look at that top image there, extending towards the left, that's a 2-storey driving range. You've got some more closer up elevations further down. Next slide, please. And this is the elevation where the golf buggies were parked outside, and these face the existing putting greens and the actual golf course, main golf course. So it's a 3-storey frontage really, and largely glazed. And next slide, please. And then these add a bit more context. So the middle one there is an outline of the red dotted line is an outline of the existing clubhouse, the 2-storey one with the gable. Then there's another dotted red line which kind of goes off to the left, and that highlights a previous permission which has been part implemented. So you can see the existing proposal. Well, the current proposal is going to be slightly taller, but we've got this added bulk in other parts as well. Next slide, please. So this is the 2013 permission, which has been part implemented. So we allowed some quite significant extensions to the clubhouse, but you'll note that from 3 of the sides, the building retains its more traditional character, and then there was the more modern frontage space in the practice greens, and the single-storey driving range extending off to the right-hand side. Next slide, please. These are just some floor plans of the proposal. I've outlined the proposed uses within the report, so I won't go into too much detail, but this is the lower basement level, so this is changing rooms and in storage areas, really. Next slide, please. This is the ground floor, so in the orange there, that's a driving range facilities. So there's 15 bays on the ground floor. There's a pro shop, a gym, some teaching areas, and some other like bar area and kitchen. Next slide, please. So this is first floor. So this has got a large function room in purple with a kitchen behind it, some meeting rooms which are a flexible space, and then in sort of like the orangey red, that's the health club, like spa facilities. And then extending to the right is the second floor of the driving range. Next slide, please. This is the top floor here, which is staff space, really. It's got an administrative area and some office space and a large terrace. Next slide, please. And then these are a few of the images which the applicants have sent in relation to what the adventure golf might look like. This element's only outlined at the moment, but it just gives you a feel of what they're envisaging. Next slide, please. So I'll just leave this up, which is the overall overview of the proposals. In terms of the representations that have been received, you'll note that there was the 3 additional ones which I mentioned earlier. So there's a total of 106 representations, 86 in support and 18 objecting. I've run through the reasons for support in paragraph 21, and I won't go into them in too much detail. Sorry, the letters of support in paragraph 21. The letters of objection are detailed in paragraph 23. Picking out some of one of those, the Leeds Civic Trust wrote in saying had no objection to the change of use of the agricultural land to golf course. However, they highlight greenbelt concerns in light of what's been previously allowed on the site. It's going above and beyond that, and also state that the design and the new and existing building should be amended to be more appropriate to the character of the traditional buildings in a very rural village location. And they also raise a few traffic and highway issues. The local parish council don't object, although they have some concerns in relation to increased traffic levels. I told you about the ward members' stance at the start, and that's pretty neutral. So in terms of the key issues in relation to this application, it does lie within the greenbelt. It's not allocated for anything within the SAP, and it's largely greenfield in nature. You know, as members will be aware, there's a presumption against inappropriate development within the greenbelt, which the MPPF advises is by definition harmful to the greenbelt and should only be approved in very special circumstances. And then any local authorities need to give substantial weight to any greenbelt harm. And paragraphs 145 and 146 of the MPPF outline some general exceptions to what is classed as inappropriate development in the greenbelt. So the proposal contains. Oh, I'm getting a bit of feedback there. Has someone got the microphone on?
Is everybody muted?
They seem to be. Everybody seems to be muted, Chair. I'm not sure what that was.
I'll continue.
Yeah.
So, as I outlined before, the proposal contains several distinct elements. We'll look at the Greenbelt issue in these in turn. So there's the relocated golf course, the relocated foot golf course, and the realigned driving range. And officers are quite happy with these elements and consider them to be appropriate development in the Greenbelt. However, it's noted that only outline permission is sought for these elements at this present time. So things like the course layout and the detailed elements will be subject to a full permission at a later date. In terms of the holiday lodges, they don't meet any of the Greenbelt exceptions outlined in national policy, so they're considered to form an appropriate development. In terms of the Greenbelt impact, these officers consider these could result in considerable harm to the Greenbelt in terms of loss of openness. And some of the key considerations are that it's quite a sprawling, low-density development. It's about 4 hectares, and it'll turn the greenfield land there into a large area of brownfield. There's 37 units and quite a large car park being constructed. So these elements will have quite a pronounced impact on the spatial aspects of the openness of the Greenbelt in terms of the amount of built development volume, as we might say, an overall increased level of hard standing compared to the existing situation. There's also the visual impact. This development will be far more apparent from users of the public right of way, and there'll also be an intensification in the level of activity at the site. So overall, in terms of the holiday lodges, the impact will be quite pronounced on the Greenbelt. In terms of the clubhouse extension and alteration, the NPPF permits extensions and alterations to existing buildings, providing that they're not disproportionate. You'll see within the planning history outlined within the report that we've previously shown quite a lot of flexibility with the club, and we've allowed quite a few smaller extensions to the existing clubhouse, which was originally a modest 2-storey building of rural character. However, the proposals which I took you through are quite large-scale alterations and would create a significant increase in built volume and footprint and general height of the building. So there's a concern there, and as officers, we consider that these extensions as proposed can't be considered as proportionate additions to the original building. It should be noted that permission was granted in 2013, which I showed on one of the slides. However, the current proposals go well above and beyond what was granted there. And then in terms of the adventure golf area, we consider this to be more akin to a leisure use than a sport use, which would also be inappropriate development and not meet any of the exceptions. So overall, if you look at the proposal holistically, there's lots of elements which form inappropriate development within the Greenbelt, and planning policy is clear that inappropriate development is by definition harmful to the Greenbelt and should only be approved in very special circumstances. And very special circumstances do not exist unless the potential harm to the Greenbelt by reason of the inappropriateness and any other harm is clearly outweighed by other considerations. So the applicants have put forward a selection of very special circumstances. These are covered in paragraph 63, so I won't go into too much detail. And you'll also have the opportunity to hear from the applicants later. So some of the headline very special circumstances are it'll create a regional golf facility. So there'll be an increase in the quality of the golf offer there. There'll be economic and tourism benefits, so the creation of jobs, the construction value, benefits to local companies, increase in visitors. There'll be various community and public benefits. So the club does quite a lot for the local community at the moment in terms of charity days, open days, school visits, and saying that these proposals will allow that to extend further. They've identified local support as being a very special circumstance, but I think the representation needs to be read holistically. And if you just look back at the representations which I've covered earlier in the report, health and well-being benefits, so from generally playing golf and being active, but also it's a pay and play club, which is a bit of a different format to other golf clubs in the area. And also the viability of the club. So the club's making quite a substantial loss at the moment, and these proposals will help balance the books. And then in terms of the climate emergency, there's some elements there, such as the green roofs, sustainable methods of construction, and new buildings being of high quality environmental standards. So from an officer point of view, we note these elements, but we have some concerns as to whether they'll individually or cumulatively clearly outweigh the significant greenbelt harm which we highlighted. However, we'd like to hear members' views on this later. In terms of other issues, it's within a special landscape area, so developments in these areas should show particular regard to the conservation of the landscape and the immediate setting. So the immediate setting is obviously a golf club, but the wider setting is within an area of open countryside. So the proposed holiday lodges, in terms of their design, have been designed to try and minimise the landscape impact by building them into the topography through the inclusion of green roofs and natural materials. But there'll still be some visual harm, so that it'll be more apparent from the users of the bridleway, and also you've got that car park at the frontage as well. But in terms of the clubhouse building, it's quite a radical extensions and redevelopment there. So it'll result in a very tall and bulky building, which is of more urban appearance compared to the existing more traditional building. And there's some concerns there that the clubhouse, due to its scale, form and detailing, will appear at odds with a wider rural landscape, and that balance between the immediate setting of a golf club and the wider rural area will be tipped further. In terms of economic and tourism considerations, the applicants have submitted an economic benefit statement. Some of these headline issues have previously been mentioned within the very special circumstances arguments, and include things like job creation, GVA uplift, and more visitors being attracted to the area, and benefits to construction industry and club viability. The development plan doesn't make any specific provision for golf tourism. However, we've got some policies in relation to the rural economy, but these generally direct developments to accord with the settlement hierarchy. Parts of the proposal include hotel and leisure uses, and these are, as you're aware, main town centre uses. The applicants have submitted a sequential test which highlights that there are no alternative sites of sufficient size for this development, but by its nature, they're wanting the accommodation to be next to the golf club. That's the entire purpose of it, and officers are generally happy with the conclusions of the sequential test. In terms of ecology, nature and trees, an ecological impact assessment and biodiversity impact calculator have been put forward, as well as protected species surveys. And the proposed development generally takes place upon the existing golf course, which is quite an intensively managed setting from an ecological point of view. So the lodge development incorporates green roofs, the formation of a new natural lake and significant landscaping, so there's going to be some benefits there and some net gains. And in terms of tree planting, there's going to be an overall significant net gain in tree planting across the sites. Highways considerations, A transport assessment and travel plan have been provided to support the application. Highways are generally content with proposals, subject to some refinements in relation to VR widths for car parks and refuse vehicles manoeuvring. The proposals will increase the size of the existing golf club car park from 204 spaces to 230, and there'll be a separate 41 spaces for the holiday lodge proposal. This level of parking provision is considered acceptable. And then, as I mentioned at the start, there'll also be some improvements to School Lane where the access is being altered so that it'll be the currently unmade bits will be tarmacked directly outside the entrance. Climate emergency considerations. So the applicants have submitted a sustainability statement, and the proposal incorporates several elements which will assist in mitigating the impacts of climate change. These include the buildings being up to BREEAM excellent standard and in complying with our cost strategy policies EN1, EN2 and EN8.
Steve, sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you now. I think you're getting into a lot of the detail that we've got in the report and we've all read. I appreciate your thoroughness in doing this, but if you just want to finally sum up,
that's fine.
and then we'll hear from the applicants, if that's all right. Sorry to interrupt you, but it has been a lot. We've all read the report.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I was on the last bit anyway. So just in terms of the planning balance, the officers have concerns regarding greenbelt and landscape impacts. There's obviously economic and community benefits, and we need to consider whether these outweigh the harm which has been identified. So we'd like to hear members' views on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. So members, we're going to listen to speakers for the application, and then we'll have questions to the speakers and the officers, which I think is the best way to do it, rather than ask questions of Andrew now. Of Steve now. So in terms of speakers, we've got 3 speakers who are going to divide the 4 minutes up between themselves. Andrew Windress, who will be familiar to us on this panel, is a planning agent that we've had regularly presenting to us. Somebody who we may also know, I certainly know Hanif Malik. Welcome to Hanif, who we know from his work with the particularly with the Hamara Centre in Leeds, and a lot of partnership working with the local authority. But obviously, we are here we're not decision making today, but we're always here with an open mind anyway. And then someone we haven't met, but Gerald Jennings as well, is going to, I think, take a minute. So if you the 3 of you just want to introduce yourselves firstly, and then we'll start with the first speaker and obviously roll on to those times. So shall we start with Andrew?
Certainly. Thank you, Chair. Yes, Andrew Windress, as you've introduced, I'm the planning agent for this application, working with the Park Lane Foundation, and I'll speak finally on a few of the policy points.
And if that's your squeaking in the background, hopefully you'll address that before we listen to 2 minutes of that. So then we'll go to Hanif.
Thank you, Chair. Here in my capacity today as Director of Park Lane Foundation, Hanif Malik, and as you say, have been extensively involved across the city for the best part of the last 2 decades.
Thank you. And finally, Gerald Jennings.
Thanks, Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Gerald Jennings. I've been working with the Foundation for a couple of years now, specifically around advising them about the sustainable future of the golf centre.
Okay, thank you. So who's starting? I know it's a minute, and then 2 for Andrew. So when you're ready, Pam will be on the clock, I believe. And yeah, make a start. She'll start the clock when you start speaking.
So I'm going to begin, Chair. And thank you, and good evening, councillors. So the Park Lane Foundation is actually the charitable arm of the company, and Leeds Golf Centre was purchased way back in 2011, is actually owned by the Park Lane Foundation. It was actually recognised as England's Golf Club of the Year in 2018, which is no mean achievement when you consider the hundreds, if not thousands, of clubs across the country. And a very integral part of that award was based on the work that the foundation actually carried out. We do rely very heavily on the surplus revenues from the wider group to be able to sustain the club, and the challenges of the pandemic have clearly put a severe financial strain on the whole operation. So the golf centre needs to become independently and financially viable. If that's not the case, we just simply can't continue. We're immensely proud of the wider work that we do with schools, with young people, with people from different diverse backgrounds. And so this is much more than just your typical golf club that you might perceive. And hopefully we'll get a chance to elaborate upon that as we move into some of the questions.
That's 1 minute, Chair.
Thank you. Perfect timing. So it'll be Gerald next, I assume.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I appreciate the difficult balance members will have to weigh in considering this proposal. But as well as highlighting the economic benefits, I was particularly keen to highlight to members the other benefits that this proposal would bring, which I think fully align with some of the council's key strategic objectives around being child friendly, our health and well-being agenda across the city, diversity and inclusivity. The climate change emergency is fully recognised. The golf centre wants to be a key part of the progress towards Leeds 2023, capital of culture. And without the planning consent that is now sought, the golf centre can't achieve its vision and can't work jointly with its stakeholders across the city to achieve that vision, helping all its local communities, young people, people of all ages, and diversity. And we'd like to deliver that vision jointly with the council, and we welcome any feedback that you have today and happy to take any points and comments. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And then finally, Andrew, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, to say I'll pick up on some of the planning policy points and that planning balance that Stephen has spoke about. I do want to just reiterate that there aren't any technical objections. We have discussed with Highways and Ecology and received support from them. The public rights of way comments that came in this week, many of those points again have been addressed with Highways already. So I think all the technical points have either been addressed or with some minor tweaking, we will continue to do that. It's important to stress, as has been done in the report, that the NPPF permits appropriate facilities for outdoor sport and outdoor recreation. And the foot golf, the par 3 course, the rear line driving range, as has been detailed, are all appropriate facilities. I have a disagreement with the officers regarding the adventure golf, as they say it's more of a leisure activity, which I still see as outdoor recreation. And I believe that is a strong point to make, that adventure golf there should still be considered appropriate for facilities. We see the children using the adventure golf as a stepping stone to greater activity in terms of the golf and the par 3 course and the foot golf. With respect to the clubhouse extensions, it's been touched on that there is already an approval there. There is already a fallback position, which covers much of the development we now propose. So the extra elements we are asking for is something to go into that planning balance, along with consideration of the lodges. And it's been highlighted that therefore very special circumstances, we believe, are there to justify those lodges. And they're listed at para 63 of the report and have been touched on already by Hanif and Gerald. And obviously, if time permits, we will expand upon those significantly. We've met with other departments of the council, with the sport and recreation team telling us how Wykeridge helps facilitate the missing gap really between member golf and private member clubs and what typically council courses have provided with regard to pay and play golf. And that's a very important element that the club is very proud to continue delivering. So I think there's just those key very...
That's 2 minutes, Chair.
Sorry, yes, just those very key very special circumstances that we'd just like to possibly expand on, and are welcome to take any questions.
Thank you for that, all three of you. So what I think we'll do, actually being a position statement, we'll take questions to our speakers, but also to officers. If quite often they're combined, aren't they? So rather than wait, we'll take them as they come, if that's all right by everybody. So this is before we go to the questions at the end of the report that we'll also take in their turn. So any questions for our speakers or officers? And I see Councillor Smith is the first to put the hand up, and then Councillor Midgley. Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. It's about the lodges, really. What qualifies them as an eco lodge other than the green roof? You know, have you got anything else added into those to really sort of term them as eco? And then will they be owned, or will they just be on a rental basis, please?
Just jump in, guys, whoever wants to answer these questions.
If you'd like, I will answer that one, thank you. With regard to the second question first, with regard to the rental point, yes, they will be rental effectively as holiday accommodation. The foundation will manage that element. This is really seen very much as a stay and play type golf, where, of course, I'm sure members are aware throughout North Leeds there's some very good golf courses, a number of golf courses, and the club have tried before to promote this stay and play, where you come and play at a few of the local courses and stay at a hotel. Unfortunately, there's not really any appropriate hotels nearby. They're more in the city centre, and that doesn't suit really for golfers coming and staying at this accommodation. So yes, that will be rented, you know, be it a couple of nights on a weekly basis, that sort of point. With regard to the sustainability, we have a sustainability consultant working with us, and as we continue to design and develop the lodges in more detail, they've got a number of proposals that they think they can take on board, such as ground source heat pumps, air source heat pumps, in addition to the fabric of the build that we already have incorporated into the scheme. So we expect these to achieve BREEAM Excellent, as Steve has touched on it, and we want to expand that and far exceed the council's policies. So clearly there's we can capture water with regard to the lakes and about reusing that and the grey water and those sorts of things as well. But so the sustainability consultant report covers a lot more of the detail in that regard as the potential for those lodges.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just obviously concerned about the trade-off between, you know, what we will be doing to effectively to the green belt. So I'm looking for some ecological payback, if you like.
Yes, certainly. Just follow up on that. So we are planting more trees at the course. There's been a number already planted since the foundation took over the course. So there are more trees planted. And again, we've done all the ecology reports, and there is a biodiversity net gain, which we achieve again with more lakes, more planting, new shrubbery, and the green roofs. So we'd be happy, you know, with any conditions, any further detail that we obviously can bring back to the committee, we can clarify all those points to really emphasise all those net gains.
Thank you.
If I could, don't forget the new lake that would be provided as an integral part of the proposal.
Councillor Midgley, then Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Chair. My question's around the benefits to the local community. And I know that the club and foundation work with local schools, but I wondered, is that schools within the immediate vicinity of the area, or does that expand out citywide to include maybe some of the schools in inner city areas that probably wouldn't have the same exposure to these kind of activities? Thank you.
So I'll begin the response to that, then Andrew can come in. So we've already undertaken some pilot work with schools across the city that include both inner city schools and schools nearer to where the golf club is actually located. The community engagement with young people, particularly young people who in normal circumstances would not have access to a high caliber high-class facility of this nature is very, very important, and actually is a key part of the foundation's objectives. Just to give you an example of that, we undertook a school's foot golf tournament last autumn prior to COVID that had 40 or 50 young children from inner city schools across Woodhouse, Hyde Park, Hare Hills, etc. And due to the success of it and the feedback that we got both from participants, teachers, etc., we've decided to widen and enlarge that to become an annual schools foot golf tournament. But that's just only one small element of the wider engagement strategy that we're preparing, and have actually spent a good 12 months in terms of looking into developing partnerships with, to try to ensure that this is a facility that's as inclusive as it possibly can be. Andrew, do you want to come in at all?
Yes, I think I'll just add, we've provided a memorandum of understanding, which outlines how we've already formed these groups with the other bodies, such as the Yorkshire Cricket Foundation, the Leeds Rhinos Foundation, Leeds United. And it's all about growing that. And again, we've committed to providing a community use agreement, which again would outline how, in writing, very clearly on the basis of this planning application, how the facilities at the club can be continued to be expanded in their use by schools across the city, the wider area, on all various groups. So it's something that we're quite keen to set down in writing and have, you know, linked to this application, be it through legal agreement, community use agreement, that type of approach.
And if I can just say, Chair, that, you know, this is backed up by hard cash, if you like. The memorandum of understanding that's been signed also includes Leeds Beckett University. And we've made an undertaking that we would actually invest, if you like, the equivalent of the traditional Section 106 funding, which amounts to £300,000, and use that as leverage, and really begin, as I said, to engage with the three key sports foundations that I'm sure you're all familiar with, and the great work that they actually undertake right across the city. So hopefully that verifies that, you know, this is not disingenuous on our part. And that the inclusion with people like Leeds Beckett University and the Dean of Sport there is very much on board, and, you know, well-established foundations with excellent community engagement strategies such as Leeds Rhinos, Yorkshire Cricket and Leeds United Football Foundation, who've all signed that MOU, do verify our very strong intentions to actually bring on board that wider diverse community of Leeds.
Thank you.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Jenkins and Councillor Smith. Did you want to come back in? If not, just lower your hand. Thank you. Councillor Jenkins.
Hi. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I think it sounds very exciting in many ways, but I suppose when you get the thought of maybe 10,000 people descending on Wyke over a year, the roads are very narrow, and
David, can you speak up? You're very quiet now. You weren't earlier in the meeting. Have you changed your?
I've had to change computers because. Okay, sorry. Is that better?
Not really.
Oh dear. I've no idea how to do it. Can you not hear me at all?
Well, I can make you out, but it's not great.
No. Yeah.
Can I take Councillor Graham and then see if you can readjust?
Okay.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
Councillor Graham.
Okay, my apologies, Chair, for what happened at the beginning of the meeting when you started on the other meeting. So I'd like to apologise. It's out of my control what happened there. But what I'd like to actually stress here to this innovation here, it's absolutely brilliant for the health and well-being of our communities around the city, whether it's in Alwoodley, Temple Newsham, Roundy Park, wherever it is, where the kids and parents get together to keep well and keep fit and what have you. The only trouble on snag ice here is the words green belt. We've come up against difficulties before with the green belt, but here is an innovation that I consider they can tap into as regarding the innovation fund.
from what they have available to them. There's 25 million from the government available for innovation funds for different categories of innovation and what have you. So there's that available to them. Now, when you get talking about where the kids have benefited from the actual exercises and the strategy, you've got to look at it again then. The kids are going to grow up in a healthy, well-being frame of mind, and mental health kids could actually get involved with this kind of issue as well. So there's a lot that has going for it at the moment, and it's something I would consider as regarding the effects here, as regarding what we're trying to do on a long-term strategy. But the green belt is the issue at the end of the day, like, you know what I mean, right?
Thanks for that, Councillor Graham. Gerald wants to comment on that.
Yes, just a comment, perhaps. Thanks, Chair. And thanks so much, Councillor Graham, for the reference to the Innovation Fund. I think we'll look at that in much more detail, actually. I just wanted to reinforce your point about innovation, actually, which I think this is really at the heart of something quite exciting and innovative for Leeds as a whole. And when we talk about local communities, and you've heard from Hanif, actually, we want the golf centre to be accessible beyond the local communities. We want the centre to be accessible to all people across the whole of Leeds. So of all ages, of all genders, of all diversity. And that's really at the heart of the vision for the future of Leeds Golf Centre.
Thank you, Gerald. I appreciate that comment. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll try Councillor Jenkins and then it's Councillor Nash.
Can you hear me better now?
Is
that any better?
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, so I mean, I think it is exciting, and you know, lots of potential. And I think my only question was the effects upon that village, and that's more for the local ward councillors to resolve themselves, really, because as I said, the roads are quite narrow, and with the e-law development, it's going to potentially, you know, be much more accessible. But as you say, as I said, there's no public transport available there, so it's going to rely a lot on taxis or people's own transport or school buses and things. So yeah, it's interesting.
Thank you. I think Andrew's going to respond, and then Gerald to those comments and questions. Thanks.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. Yes, just in terms of reiterating those comments that we've discussed with Highways, they've looked at our transport assessment, all the trip generation, which is all done in very much a worst case scenario, and we envisage a lot of the trips associated with this proposal will be linked trips. You know, you will come to the lodges and you won't need to drive off to play golf because you're there already, or you're coming to an event at the clubhouse and you're already in the lodges, that sort of thing, or you've already come for the golf. Whereas we, just because of how you have to do a transport assessment, you have to propose it in a worst case scenario when actually the trips will be a lot less. So they've all been accepted by Highways. Just also want to touch on a point that we have met with the Parish Council, which is Harewood Parish Council in this instance, and they were appreciative of the contact, and again that they didn't raise any objection in terms of the impact on the local highway network also.
Andrew, I was just going to say most of what Andrew said there, so I won't repeat it actually. But just to emphasise that I think we do appreciate there will be some local concerns, but Hardon Parish Council and the ward members, we've consulted with them on a number of occasions now, and we do feel we've met with a positive response.
Thank you.
That's fine.
Sorry. Do you want to come back? Sorry, Councillor Jenkins? No. Councillor Nash next, please.
Yes, thank you. I think we all appreciate that it is a good scheme. It will increase tourism, promote health and welfare amongst our community. But we are a planning panel, and we have to look at the planning considerations. And we have to look at the impact on the green belt, and anything which is developed in the green belt has to be absolutely extra special and spot on. Now, the eco-lodges, in my view, there may be too many of them, but they look okay to me, although we'll have to see the layout in greater detail. But what I cannot understand is that your new clubhouse is hardly a clubhouse. It looks more like a factory. Why is it so big? Why is it not of traditional materials? Why doesn't it blend into the landscaping shot? And I think these are the considerations which we have to take into account, not whether we would like the facility or not, but whether it meets our planning conditions. So perhaps you could tell us about this, or perhaps you may wish to go away and rethink it. So.
Thank you. Who's going to lead on that? Andrew?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, we will do both matters. I'll provide some comments now, but then we will clearly be taking all comments away today and having to think about them before we come back for a determination. So thank you for your very positive comments with regard to the scheme in general and the promotion of tourism and all the other benefits. In terms of the lodges, clearly there's a viability side as to how many to help promote the golf club and to get it to a level to achieve that regional significance in terms of what we're trying to achieve overall in terms of the importance to get those tourism and economic benefits. We can expand on those points again when we come back. With regard to the clubhouse as well, again, there are a number of ancillary and complementary uses within the clubhouse that again all ensure that this overall facility will be viable and will attract the income that we require to achieve all those benefits. So it does have a function room, the spa facilities and all the various changing facilities and other ancillary sort of back of house type facilities there as well, in addition to what will be the only national Leadbetter Academy in the country, which will be teaching professional golfers as well. So this is about going all the way from the local community, young children, all the way through to professional golfers in an exemplary manner. So there is a lot to fit in there, and there is already an awful lot approved, but we will have a look at the design comments and those comments on scale before we come back to you.
Thank you. Councillor Nash, do you want to come back? No? It's all right. Councillor Smith then next.
Thank you, Chair. I was just going to mention the massing of the clubhouse. So, if it could be more sympathetic, it would be great. In terms of travel, certainly in the local area, had they considered cycle hire? So obviously they will drive up with their golf clubs and their belongings, park the car, and then if they need to pop out to one of the local shops, restaurants, pubs, whatever, and leave site for any reason, could they hire a bike? But my main question now really is the agricultural land, which was to the north of the plan, which will be the new 18-hole golf course when it's all redesigned. What is that land currently used for, please? I mean, does it serve any agricultural purpose, or is it fallow land?
Yep. I'll come back on that one as well, if that's okay, Chair. Yes, with regard to the cycle hire, yes, that's a very good idea. If it's not already in our travel plan, I will make sure it does go in the travel plan. We have a number of measures in there, such as the minibuses that we would go and pick people up from the train station so they don't have to rely on cars to come and stay at the lodges. And then a minibus would be used to get the golfers to other golf courses in the area, on Woodley Moortown and Moralton and such like that. So there's a number of travel plan measures, and I'll certainly make sure cycle hire is in there as well, because again, we want people to come and stay at these lodges maybe for a week, but to go and visit the wider city as well. And clearly you don't need to do that by car. You can come into the city centre by other means and yes, hire bikes and go out in the countryside, be it cycling as well. So yeah, I think that's a very good point we will pick up. With regard to the agricultural land, I forget the exact classification of it, but it is in our submission. But it is at the lower scale, and that is land already owned by the golf course and isn't used for agriculture anymore at all. So there's no actual use in that term anyway.
So it is just fallow land then, really. Okay.
Okay, thank you for that. Perhaps officers might be able to remind us of the class of land, if that's important. And I've got Councillor Nash and then Councillor Graham. I see you signalling. So Councillor Nash. Oh no, that was a mistake. Okay, Councillor Graham then.
Thank you, Chair. Now we're on to the cycling issue as regarding keeping people fit. The Alton Moor area, the Temple Newsham Golf Course, are now creating a cycle route around the golf courses and the Temple Newsham area itself. Would there be a manoeuvre here at all to get a cycle track around the golf course around Woodley there? Is it possible? Because the one in Alton Moor has been... Am I okay? Am I okay?
Yeah.
The one in Alton Moor is being successfully produced at the moment, and hopefully it'll be a success as regarding when it's completed. So possibly have a cycle track around the golf course.
Yeah, I think again that's a really good idea, Councillor Graham, and builds on what the discussion earlier on about cycle hire from the golf centre. So any ideas, any innovation like that, I think we really welcome. And thanks for the idea again. We'll take that away and look at that very closely.
And just to add, part of what we're doing is trying to ensure that wherever possible, there's correlation with some of the key local authority strategies. And Councillor Graham, that would include the health and wellbeing strategy. So in terms of encouraging walking, cycling, etc., we're very happy to look at wherever we can incorporate any of those aspects of health and wellbeing.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, both of you. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, Andrew, do you want to add to that? Go ahead, please.
Yes, I've just got the agricultural land classification in front of me just to bottom that point out. So it is a grade 3, which is moderate to good, which is it's at the lesser end, and it's one of, when you look at the map for the whole district, it's essentially the whole district is that colour. So it's not at an area that we're missing out on. It's an area that we are sort of pretty prevalent in that respect. But I say it's not used for agriculture anyway at the moment.
Thank you. Any more questions? Anything specifically for officers that you may have thought of? No? Just a question from me then for officers. The feeling I'm getting listening to members is that they're kind of positive towards this idea, as am I actually as well. Now the report, although it's not a decision making day to day, the report does raise lots of planning concerns from officers. So I just wondered if you could just perhaps articulate briefly your position. Is it that you are looking very strictly on planning matters and policy, bearing in mind then that we have some discretion and can use our judgment as to how we weigh some of the special circumstances and so on? So I think it'd be helpful to clarify that. And if Nikki feels a legal comment might help as well, do go ahead. Thank you.
Shall I come in first, Nikki? Yeah. I mean, just in terms of, it's to do with the way the National Greenbelt policy is written, really, and we've got to give a very significant weight to any harm to the Greenbelt. So, you know, by that essence, any proposal's got to clearly outweigh that harm, and it's a very high bar. So we've given our interim thoughts at the moment. We're happy to look at any additional information that comes in from the applicants following this discussion, and taking on board members' comments. Members are often in a better position to judge the community benefits than officers would be. But for the determination, we'll still have to come back with our actual thoughts on whether we think it meets the policy or not, and it's up to the councillors to decide then. But it's not set in stone at the moment, but we have got significant concerns around the principle.
Thank you. Nikki, have you got anything to add?
Just to build on Steve's comments, I mean, this is a hybrid application, and by their very nature, they're very complicated puzzles that you click together, and the overriding test for you as members is that whether you consider, when you jigsaw all those pieces together, and it is complicated because some of it obviously has fallback positions, as Andrew has set out, and there's certain elements that are by their very nature inappropriate development because it affects the openness of the greenbelt. And the greenbelt, the legal test for that, as Steve has set out, is very, very high, and it's for you as members to collate that information based on what you've got today, but obviously it will be built on by Andrew, Hanif and Gerard in their final presentation as to whether you consider that constitutes very special circumstances, whilst at the same time acknowledging that it is inappropriate development. So, I mean, this is really an interim step for you as members to use this report and build on some further information that you consider are necessary for you to see a report that's developed that would be able to see if you can accept very special circumstances or not. So I hope that's helpful.
It is very helpful, thank you. So I think that segues nicely onto these questions that we have before us. So you'll all be familiar with the context that starts at bullet point 64 before each question, which you'll all have read. So we won't go through that. Some of the points have been addressed, I think, in our questions and discussion. And I know that David Newbury and Steve will have been capturing those. So we'll take them question by question. If anyone wants to, well, first of all, on each question, we'll ask David and or Steve to provide what he's got so far from the discussion. Then I'll give members an opportunity to add to that, if that seems a fair enough way to approach it. So we start with question 1, and that's on the very special circumstances. Do they, I'll summarise these, whether they clearly outweigh the greenbelt harm. You've all got the questions in front of you, haven't you? So they're listed at the end in a group of 6, starting on page 66, bullet point 86.
Yeah.
So David, have you picked anything up on that before I bring in Councillor Nash for additional comments?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think in sense of the very special circumstances, I think members recognise that there may be a case to be made in respect of promoting health and well-being, and those sort of matters in terms of tourism as well, and the wider sort of benefits that may accrue from this development. I think what members really want is that fleshing out in more detail when it's next comes back and presented to them, and we'll explore that in more detail. Of course, in the report, we've only given the summary, so you've really just got a flavour, and you've heard from the applicants today who've fleshed that out a little bit. So I don't know if I've captured everything there, Steve. Was there anything that you wanted to add?
There was just the comment that Councillor Nash, and I've forgotten who else mentioned it, about the potentially looking at the design of a clubhouse to reduce that impact. But yeah,
I think that falls under number 2 actually. So we'll move on to that in a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, you're right there. Councillor Nash, hand up for additional comments.
Yes, I think what David has just said are my comments. Clearly, I think the panel is in favour of this, but we cannot allow inappropriate development such as the clubhouse. So I think we'll have to see that when it comes back before we say yes, we are in favour of this development. That's it.
Chair, can I come in, Chair?
You can, Councillor Graham, yeah.
Yeah, David, if you remember, David Newbury, David, if you remember, David, we had an issue on the Greenbelt planning application where the Willie Prada kids were concerned. And this brings to my mind here, what is the difference on a Greenbelt situation where we give consent for the Willie Prada kids to actually build on their land next to where they were accommodated? Like it was the Willie Prada kids, wasn't it, David? Right, that we actually agreed on. Do you remember, David?
Yes, I think so. That was that the South Leeds scheme, Councillor Graham? I seem to recall.
It was, Chair.
Yeah.
I think we need to take a bearing from that as a foundation from what we can go forward on, where they got the planning permission for Greenbelt.
Okay, thanks for that. So I think in conclusion on this question, I think the crucial aspect in the report that comes to us is fleshing out those special circumstances, and then we will have to make the decision on whether they outweigh the harm to the green belt. So with that, we'll move on to the second question, which is about comments in respect to the landscape impact of the proposed development. So again, David and/or Steve to open up the summary, and then obviously brings in Councillor Nash's and other members' concerns about the building.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I think there's a consensus, well, there was a view expressed by some members about the scale and massing and the design of the clubhouse in particular, and whether that was appropriate to its rural location. So that is a matter for the applicants to reflect on and see if they can address. There was also some discussion about the spread of the development, particularly the eco houses and the eco lodges. The applicant has gone some way to explain that in terms of the viability of the scheme and how the scheme fits together. But those are the main points that I picked up there in terms of the landscape impact.
Does anybody want to add anything else to those? The question?
Can I just add something, David? Because I recall Councillor Nash mentioning the amount of eco lodges, and Andrew mentioned a viability point, so it might be worth incorporating that issue as well.
Okay, good point. Thank you, Nikki. I've got Councillor Smith and then Councillor Jenkins.
Thank you, Chair. I think if it comes back before us, I'd like to see almost like a balance sheet as the ecological value as it stands and the ecological value with the changes. We are gaining some ecological ground with the lake and the green roofs on the eco lodges, etc. But we're losing that agricultural habitat in the north. So I'd just like to sort of have almost like a balance sheet, if that's possible, please.
You've jumped ahead a couple of questions there, I think, but that's been noted. So thank you. Councillor Jenkins, we're still technically on question 2.
Yeah. So one good thing is the post-COVID. Well, hopefully there's going to be post-COVID 30 new jobs, but it would be good to know what sort of jobs they are, whether there's apprenticeships involved, and the value, to the local community. I mean, there are no shops, as far as I can remember, within the Wyke area. You'd have to go into Street Lane, well, either Street Lane or that sort of part of the North Leeds. So yeah, it'd be good to get some more detail on that.
Thank you. I think that, again, that's more question 3, but you've made the point now. So Trish, your hand is still up. Is that to come back on?
I'll get the hang of it one day, Councillor. Right. Sorry, Chair.
Okay. So my comments on this question, I did ask for what would be helpful are some CGIs, and I know officers did ask the applicants for them, and there wasn't time to put them together, so that we'd have a view from the public right of way what the development would look like. But also, which is crucial for me, the fallback position. We've got to remember members that there is a significant extension already granted and extant permission, because I think they've started on it. So we need to look at that, because I too have some concerns about the proposed design of the new building. I have to say, I think it looks, I'd say, something akin to an airport terminal, and I think you could do better. The current building's relatively attractive, I would say, you know, with them, particularly on the materials. So that's what I'd ask for, to make those judgments. CGIs are really helpful. So with that, we'll move on to question 3, which is about the economic benefits of the development. So again, the officers, if they want to open up.
Yes, Chair, the real note I've got there is what Councillor Jenkins has already mentioned about the employment benefits.
Okay, anything else, members? No, right, well, a comment from me. I actually think this is something akin to a holiday village, actually, which I think has the potential to augment the sort of Leeds offer. And I think it's fair to say that our planning policies don't really reflect the economic benefits of the tourist sector. I was speaking to the officers, obviously, as part of my brief and our pre-meeting, about how somewhere like Centre Parks in the Lake District and Nottingham and other areas, I think possibly built in the green belt, and clearly they have, their local authorities have policies that perhaps support that for various different reasons. They probably don't have as much urban sprawl, some of them, etc., etc. So I think that's hugely significant, and that's something that, again, that weighs into the special circumstances. So they're my comments on the economic, to add to what's already been said. Okay, so we'll move on to the comments in respect to the provision of the spa and the eco-lodge uses, and arguably some of what I've just said relates to that as well. But over to officers first of all.
My feeling, on my understanding, Chair, is that no real concerns have been raised in respect to the principle of the eco-lodges or the spa. It seems to be recognised that they're part of the overall package of the development. There is the point that Nikki underlined about the number of eco-lodges, but I think the question was really designed by officers to talk around about the principle of those uses in that location.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Can I come in when you're ready, Chair?
And then Councillor Graham, of course, yeah.
Please, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I did make a point regarding what was actually making them stand out as an eco-lodge. So I'd like some further information on that, please, when it comes back, if we can.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Chair. Here is an issue now that you've hit the nail on the head with this spa. All the colleagues that's listening to me now, we need a spa for the benefit of the people who have suffered from strokes in that area. I'm trying to get one done at the incinerator there with the hot water that they provide. That here is an opportunity in this area here that people who suffer from strokes, it'd be an ideal location to have them regenerate themselves as regarding the mobility situation. So spas are worth the weight in gold to me. If you're going to run a spa here, then let's cater for the people who've had strokes, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks for that. So I suppose Councillor Graham's put another suggestion in, an idea to augment your other proposals in some kind of rehabilitation within that spa, which I'm sure the local neighbourhood networks might be able to make use of, as well as the sort of social side of pampering side to spas as well. So I'm sure you'll take that on board. And then moving on to Councillor Midgley for further comments on this.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It was just a comment really about the spa, and that there's a similar type of facility at Walton Hall where there's provision of golf. There's a spa that's used widely, and it's really popular, and it's used by lots of people that come into the area just to use a spa facility. So it'd be good if there was a bit more information about the spa and whether it was going to be maybe a business within the golf setting, you know, a standalone business. Because I think that would be very beneficial to a lot of people outside the golfing community as well.
Okay, thank you for those comments as well. Councillor Jenkins.
The costs to local people and whether there could be a special rate for Leeds residents to be able to use things like the spa.
Okay, I'm sure there'll be things that will be taken into consideration. Something on that as well. You may already do this as the Park Lane Foundation, but many organisations and businesses have got a partnership scheme with our in care and fostered children, looked after children, sorry, the appropriate phrase. So perhaps that's something you might, if you don't already, might look into it at this provision. I know the ice rink, for example, have just signed a deal. Councillor Venner was doing some publicity around that. So again, something perhaps to take on board. Councillor Jenkins, have you got another point, or is that another stray hand? I can hear you, but well, sorry, I can see you, but I can't hear you. You're muted.
You're on mute, Councillor Jenkins.
Sorry, I was just saying contact with Active Leeds would be good, but I think that might be in it already.
All right.
Okay.
And then just one final comment on the Eco Lodge design, really, at this stage. I quite like it, the way you've blended it in with the topography and obviously the green roofs, but Councillor Smith has already asked for that listing of the specific eco benefits. So, but I'll just add my comments on those. So moving on to question 5, and this is about the ecology, nature and the trees. Concerns or comments? So David, first of all, or Steve obviously can jump in.
Yeah, the real note I've got, Chair, is one that the Councillor Smith's point about the ecological balance sheet, loss environment habitat, balanced against measures which generate net gain.
Okay, members, any further comments or concerns? No, just one matter from me. I think we should, there's probably within Greenbelt, there's no way of distinguishing sort of the quality of that Greenbelt. So being a golf course, most of the land is heavily managed and not necessarily the best for the environment as it is, you know, the greens and what have you. I'm sure lots of fertilizer goes on and whatnot. However, alongside that, you've got some more natural areas, and there's a promise to increase those and get as a biodiversity increase, which I think will be something that will weigh heavily on members' decision making. So I'd encourage you to go, you know, up over and above what might be expected. A case in point is I've seen the lakes are asked to be left as natural lakes rather than being stocked for fishing. You may see fishing actually as another string to the bow for the area, but actually it may be one string too many. That's an analogy I've probably made up there, but I think you know what I'm saying. Whereas having them as natural lakes would be more beneficial to the whole project. Okay, so we're moving on now to highways issues. So again, over to the officers, first of all, for things they've captured.
Yeah, the stuff I've captured, I don't know if Steve's got more than this on this, or Lisa. Some concerns raised about the impact of traffic on the village and being able to understand that, and the local road network too. More information required in terms of sustainable transport, encourage cycle use in terms of hire, and the potential for creating a cycle track as well. I'm sort of lumping modes of transport into highway issues there. They're the main notes I've got.
Okay, thank you. David, Councillor Jenkins.
Yeah, sorry. So White Ridge Lane and those roads around there, they're very much rural roads with, I don't think there's any lighting. So certainly School Lane would need some lighting, I think. But a lot of those roads are quite narrow, and you know, I think they're potentially quite overloaded.
Thank you, Councillor Jenkins. And I think it's fair to say a lot of the objections were highway related, and the public right of way as well, wasn't there? So obviously that needs reflecting in future proposals and the report that comes forward to us. Are there any other comments or questions? Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Chair. Just one that's just popped into my head. Andrew's alluded to his traffic management survey that he's carried out. And I wondered whether that could be elaborated on in terms of what traffic footfall, for the want of a better word, now occurs versus what we could expect to see, particularly if the lodges were being rented out. So let's just say there was a 3-day hire and a 4-day hire, making it 7 days of the week, and what sort of changeover impact that would have. Just something like that. I mean, he said it's worst case scenario, so that would be useful to see, I think.
Okay, thank you for that. Again, I'm sure they've been noted and to be addressed in the next iteration of the report. Councillor Graham.
Sorry, I'm taking up as much time as I am, Chair. What I would actually stipulate here with highways are concerned for Steve, right? Electric buses, hybrids would be welcome into the complex. Are you with me, right? Not ones that pollute the atmosphere, Chair.
Okay, that's a good point, and I'm sure electric charging points will feature, if they don't already, in their application. Okay, any other comments on highways? No, thank you. So moving on to the environmental impact of the proposed development. That's partly captured, I think, in some of the earlier questions, but David or Steve, if you want to summarise what you think we've got on that one.
Sorry, struggling with my mouse there. The note I've got is round about the ecological credentials of the eco lodges, but I guess that would apply equally across the whole of the development, and spelling that out in more detail with particular regard to what Andrew mentioned about BREEAM Excellent and how that actually works in practice and what that actually looks like.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thanks, Chair. Sorry, I'm being a nuisance this evening. I was just thinking the clubhouse could equally work into this question in terms of not having single-use plastics and using, you know, eco sort of foods and things like that. If they were doing takeaways, they could do compostable knives, forks, plates, whatever. So they could also work that in and really beef up those eco credentials.
Okay, thank you very much. Good points. Any others? No, I'll just reiterate again another idea that's come from members, but in terms of sort of the active travel, perhaps not getting to the holiday, the village, if you like, the eco lodges, because if you're lumbering 3 lots of golf clubs, you're going to struggle on a even on a trike, aren't you? However, the active travel potential once you're there, so linking in with any nearby cycle routes, I'm not right familiar with that neck of the woods. We've got them in West Leeds, that's for sure. I think that would be really, really helpful. So active travel, I'm sure you've got it on your agenda when you talk about listening to our dovetailing with our policies and ambitions for the cities, but that's certainly a potential positive environmental impact. So I'd encourage you to address that, and thanks to the members that raised it. Okay, so the final question is just a catch-all. Do members wish to raise any other matters at this point in time? No, I see no indication. Well, thank you, everybody. I don't know if David or any of the officers want to clarify anything further. I think we've kind of, and you could include a summing up, but I think we've kind of summed up as we've gone along. The concerns over perhaps the number of lodges, definitely concerns about the size and massing of the clubhouse development, but the overall idea seems to have been welcomed by members, and I think some suggestions, positive additions and proposals which I think you may take away. David, do you want to summarise or add anything further to that?
No, thank you, Chair. I think you've done a very good summary. Thank you.
Right. Well, Gerald.
I'd just like to take the opportunity of thanking you, Chair and members. I think what you've said about some of the suggestions and indeed some of the challenges which we've given us, we will take away, and we look forward to coming back and building on what we've discussed so far. So thank you very much.
Okay, well,
Chair, sorry, if I can just add to that. Firstly, thank you all very much for your time and particularly for the suggestions that you've made, which we'll take away and look into. And particularly, just want to finally reiterate that our key challenge here is developing a model that's financially sustainable, but simultaneously encourages that wider community use. And from that angle, it's imperative that we continue with that journey of collaboration and partnership working, not only with the agencies that I've mentioned earlier, but with many of the third sector organisations in the city where I have very good links. We just want to reassure you that that will be happening as part of the journey forward.
Okay, well, thank you for that. A bit cheeky there, getting an extra minute in at the end, but we'll forgive you. And it is noted, actually, the organisations that are supporting you, lots of charities across the city, which is obviously demonstrates some value in what you are doing. So with that, members, officers and visitors, that concludes today's business. It's been a very, very long meeting. I know Councillor Nash has had good training being on city plans for some mammoth meetings. So welcome thank you for your stamina that you've shown today, everybody. And enjoy the rest of your evening. I can hear fireworks going off. It must think it's bonfire night, isn't it? But I'm taking the advice from our emergency services and having a quiet one in this year. I hope you all do the same, but all the best